I didn't think this was going to be a topic I'd make a video on, but I just got home from a bar after consuming some scrumptious nutrients, excitedly kicking my little legs in the high top, and was hypnotized by a very fascinating segment on the television there, on the tube, about the Sharon Moore story. And I feel like that had to be a divine sign from God himself that I should yap about this further. Because I've only scratched the surface of the Sharon Moore case on stream a few days ago. But the whole thing, like the meat and potatoes, is so wacky I can't help but blabber about it further. For those that don't know, Sharon Moore is the former head coach of the Michigan football team. And in the course of 24 hours, his entire life came crumbling down, and Goonergate was fully opened into the wild life of Sharon Moore and his uncontrollable, insatiable appetite to goon and cheat on his wife. Sharon Moore is a married man. He has 3 kids of his own. It was revealed that he had been having a relationship with a staff member. It had apparently been going on for some time, and it began to sour, eventually coming to light. Once it did, things really started to spiral. It was getting flushed down the tubes real quick. He lost his position as the head coach of the Michigan football team. Within 24 hours, he broke into that staffer's apartment, grabbed some knives, and threatened to kill himself in front of her, blaming her, saying that his blood would be on her hands. He was then arrested for this, and now there is an Inside Edition clip to showcase what's coming next in all of this. And not only all of that, but it's also been revealed from some OnlyFans models that allegedly he had been messaging them. Apparently, even one time during halftime of their Ohio State game, looking for a bit of canoodling. According to one of the OnlyFans models, he was even trying to leverage a foursome.
It's a shocking image as embattled University of Michigan head coach Sharon Moore makes his first court appearance today, a shell of the football leader he once was. During the hearing, the prosecutor detailed the harrowing allegations that Moore broke into the home of his executive assistant, Paige Shiver, and threatened to kill himself.
Now again, it's important to keep in mind, this all happened in like a day. The affair coming to light, him losing his job, him breaking into the house, him then getting arrested. This is like if there was a scene in Adam Sandler's Click where he fast-forwarded through his own downfall. This is an impressive speedrun for just how much he fucked up his life in one day. Now granted, the affair was over a long period of time. That was a conscious decision he made over and over again to cheat on his wife, betraying his wife and also his entire family. That didn't happen in just a day, but everything else did.
He came to her apartment, barged his way into that apartment, immediately then proceeded to a kitchen drawer, grabbed several butter knives and a pair of kitchen scissors, and began to threaten his own life. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to make you watch. My blood is on your hands.
That is some evil shit right there. That is downright diabolical. So he was clearly off his gourd after what had happened earlier that day, and I guess in this heated rage, broke into her apartment to do this and then grabbed a bunch of butter knives. Man's out here acting like he was fucking Zorro here with the 3-sword style, and then threatening to kill himself right there in front of her. That's unhinged. Like, that is just downright scary. This wasn't some kind of accident. He made these choices. Like, he cheated on his wife. Not only did he cheat on his wife, he did so with a staffer. And also, the woman here that he cheated with, she's no saint herself. She had to have known that Sharon Moore was married. That's not exactly a secret. That is very open information. They have even been at the games, like his wife and kids. Like, she would have known that and still chose to engage in this affair with him. According to this report here, she received a pretty substantial salary bump, going up 55% as she was promoted to the executive assistant to Sharon Moore. That's probably just a coinky-dink, though. I don't think there's any correlation between these two things. If I had to spitball a guess, I would say she got this promotion through, just really putting a lot of elbow grease and a lot of chutzpah into her previous position that Sharon Moore couldn't help but promote her. I don't think it had anything to do with the two of them, with the extracurricular bedroom ham sandwiches they were making behind his wife's back. But yeah, Paige here is not exactly an angel. Again, there's no way she wouldn't have known that Sharon Moore was married. That was not a secret, and even if he tried to lie about that to her, all she had to do was type his name in on Google, and you're immediately bombarded with pictures of his wife and his kids at the games and stuff. She probably even met them at some point, if I had to guess. Like, it's this whole thing from top to bottom is just sad. My heart breaks for his family. That is just the ultimate fucking betrayal.
He has been charged with home invasion, stalking, and breaking and entering. Bond was set at $25,000, and he will be required to wear GPS monitoring. He was also ordered not to have any contact with the woman. His lawyer, Joseph Simon, spoke to a crush of reporters.
Do you know where he's going to be able to stay after this? Is he going to be able to go home?
I'm just going to not answer that question.
Fair enough. Can you answer my question, please? How many OnlyFans models was he DMing to try and fuck? Please, any comment on the number there, because it seems like a very high quantity. This man was a turbo gooner. There's been a flood of claims from numerous OnlyFans models that he had messaged them, and he was apparently subscribed to tons of them paying a lot of money for the OnlyFans content. This dude was so deep in the goon that there's claims he even messaged an OnlyFans model during halftime of the Ohio State game earlier this year. This guy was fucking lost in it. He was actually just all consumed by the goon. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy somehow found a picture of my foot online and tried to subscribe to its OnlyFans page. And now, apparently, like, this is the most notable one. It comes from an OnlyFans model named Sorty. She claims that he paid for all her videos on the site, even offered her season tickets to Michigan football games in return for one-on-one interactions, which she declined. Apparently even extended an invitation to the championship game in Houston in 2024. There's additional claims about a foursome he was trying to set up with more OnlyFans models. It's just completely out of control. And watching all of this unfold has been nuts. Because like I said, all of this happened basically in a day, and now we're just getting fed even more information for just how much of a fucking gooner loser this guy was, that betrayed his family and ruined his whole life. A very promising career as Michigan's head football coach. And it's extremely hard to feel bad for him because all of it is his own choices he's made to cheat around behind his wife's back, to break into that woman's apartment, like all of that. Like, how do you feel bad for him when he's doing this kind of evil shit? Anyway, I just had to talk about this after seeing even more on Sharon Moore while eating tonight. So yeah, I just wanted to yap on it. That's about it. So yeah. You know what they say, you can't spell druid without D-U-I. And you're about to see the mythical Coors Light druid in full action here as she gets her 5th DUI. This time with her child in the car.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here?
Actually, I just found here and I just...
Okay. Can you?
I didn't end up a ditch.
Well, I'm sorry. You're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Her reaction to that question of why she's in the ditch is perplexing, to say the least. Her eyes get so wide, I thought they were going to pop out of her skull. She's making the same face Tobey Maguire made in Spider-Man 2 when he realized everyone on the train just saw him without his mask on.
Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to?
No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry.
So I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
I hear ya.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
That's okay.
Alright, how do you spell your last name?
The whole time the officer's speaking to her, she's doing some wacky, odd motions with her face, like the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's. It seems like she's struggling to keep her eyes open and, like, focus on what's happening here. Like, she's emoting the same way the NPCs in Fallout 4 do.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she hit her head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor or something in there. I don't know if that's necessarily alcohol. Her pupils are huge.
Contacts here. Hi, you roll it all the way down. What's your name?
all I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well,
And she was completely passed out.
she was tipped over on the steering wheel.
So the lore breakdown is, she works nearby, was taking the trash out and saw this vehicle here and went up to check to see if everything was okay, because all she saw was like a child in the back seat, and then she saw that this lady was face down into the steering wheel, passed out, so then she put in the call, and that's why officers arrived at the scene here.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
See you. Yeah, we did actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah.
Now, from what I can gather with these breadcrumbs she's dropping, she's in this parking lot because her son had a doctor's appointment, and she just got blackout drunk, passed out, and then cruised the vehicle into like this ditch area here. So I guess in order to get ready for the doctor's appointment for her child, she put on her coats and butt-chugged 5 Coors Lights on the way out, and then it led to all of this.
Okay, so obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from
sorry.
you. Okay.
Actually,
Hang on a second. So
No,
I'm gonna. So
never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay. How did you end up here?
How what?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay,
Your son drove you?
I'm not from here, guys.
What do you mean not from here? Like from this planet? Because my god, these are like some very uncanny, almost horror movie-esque motions she's making with her body here. So she tries to say she's here because her son, and the officers interpret that as her trying to say the son was driving and the kid's like 6 years old. So unless he built himself a pair of stilts like Jimmy fucking Neutron, that kid's not reaching the pedals. I don't think he was the one behind the wheel of the vehicle. I think what she was trying to say is the reason she's, kind of torpedoed her car in this parking lot is because her son had a doctor's appointment here, and she was just so fucking drunk she couldn't get the information across.
Okay.
Sorry.
That wasn't the question.
I'm so sorry.
So why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, I'm sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come to this parking lot?
I really apologize, but I'm not really.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you get here?
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
It doesn't take a super genius to recognize she's very fucked up. It is a miracle she didn't get herself or her child or another innocent person on the road killed here, because it doesn't even seem like she knows where she is at this moment. And she's making, like, expressions the same way a dog does when you ask it who chewed up the sofa and it knows it's guilty. It is impressive just how many different facial expressions she's going through here. It's like in Super Mario 64, the intro, where you, like, move around his face in a bunch of wacky ways. That's what she's doing. Like, with her teeth and everything. Just hitting some of that. You know, it's more akin to, like, that infamous Charles Manson clip where he's like, I'm nobody. And he does, like, all that weird shit. That's what she's doing right now. She is so unbelievably intoxicated. I think that she was trying to make like a conscious effort with her face to appear sober, but just can't quite do it and doesn't recognize everything that's happening.
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad?
Yeah.
No.
No.
We need to. No. I apologize.
Are you warm? Are you warm in the car? Yeah. Okay, good.
Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
Are we talking
The
about?
road.
The road. No, were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house.
That was a checkmate maneuver from this lady here. The chess master made her move. Where are you coming from? The road. Chef's kiss. Then she just drops the mic. Damn. She played hardball.
Okay, so then how did we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
Oconomowoc.
Okay.
Well, the more I hear from her side of things, the more I think maybe I was too hasty to judge here. Maybe she's not intoxicated. Maybe she's just experiencing the 6th dimension. She's in like a whole different wavelength right now, but she's starting to really make a lot of sense when you stop to think about it. This could be a huge misunderstanding here, officers.
Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can just feel every neuron in Mary's brain banging against the sides of her cranium, desperately trying to get through. Mary, don't ask for the ambulance. Don't say yes to the ambulance. It's a trap. It's gonna be the biggest regret ever when you see that fucking bill they slap you with at the end. Don't fall for it. Don't say yes to the ambulance.
I'll have you turn to face me, okay? What you're going to do is you're going to follow tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top of my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight.
Sorry.
Straight on with me.
Sorry.
With just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
You look at my finger, or you looking at the ground? Okay. All right. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay?
They had to break out further testing because she fucking aced the follow the finger brain buster there. She seems like she's in a state to pass the bar, I'll tell you what. She is crushing these field sobriety tests. Wait till you see how she walks this line.
1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start the test, please. Okay. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around. Watch me. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out loud. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay. 6. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on back over here.
She did so well in the first portion of this test, she skips the second. Because she came over there, hit him with the fucking Hezzy Jimbo, and then dunked on their ass with that beautifully perfect straight line that she just walked. So now, they're going to try and get her with a third one.
So this next test is going to be a one-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin.
Sorry.
You're right. Keep going. Jeremy, you have a PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on everything I've seen here. I don't hold it against her for not being able to pass with flying colors on the hold your leg up test. There was clearly a banana peel that she was slipping on there like it's fucking Mario Kart, so that one just needs to be thrown out. They wiped their ass with that. Inconclusive evidence there.
Right now, because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it.
So she declined the PBT invitation there. She said, I will not be attending that hootenanny, so now they're going to take her in for further evaluation. The father has called in a wellness check because she was supposed to be bringing the child to the doctor's appointment or the hospital or whatever. Didn't happen, so he started checking the bars, apparently, looking for her there, because this seems to be a common occurrence with her. And now the officers are going to be picking up the father to bring him to the scene. They also apparently located some Coors Light that had been tossed aside here, and the father confirms that that's her beverage of choice. So the dots are starting to connect a little bit here.
How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated? Never?
Your husband says 4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Hey, Mary, I'm judging you, though. DUIs are just completely fucking inexcusable. This is her 5th one now. She had 4 prior DUIs, yet she still gets to get behind a wheel of a vehicle. I don't get it. I truly don't. Why does she still have her fucking license? It seems like the only time she even gets in the fucking car, even with her child in there, is if she already can't even remember her own name because she drank so much. It is so dangerous. She's putting her life, her child's life, and everyone else's life on the road at risk by drinking while fucking hammered like this. And it's something she seems to do often. She has been caught and charged with DUI 5 times. Now let's think for a moment, how many other times has she driven while completely fucking blackout drunk that she just didn't get arrested for? They didn't catch her. It's just crazy. I don't know why she's able to just keep getting her license back. She treats beer like it's Popeye's spinach and it somehow makes her like, you know, turbocharged and a great driver or something.
Prescription drugs for anything?
Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been on it for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Kraleski is obviously arresting her for an operating while intoxicated. Having the child in the car ups everything higher, and then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels, and then she resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here.
I obviously cut out a lot here when they were putting her in the squad car. She was spamming some low kicks there for a minute. Can't really see them all too well, and there definitely wasn't a ton of elbow grease behind them or anything, considering she can hardly fucking stand or keep her eyes open. But even still, they're mentioning that as like her, you know, striking at them while trying to put her in the vehicle. They found Coors cans there, which, you know, hey, they're going to have to run the fingerprints on there because it could have been that dastardly Coors Light ferry that comes through and just happens to sometimes just fucking drop Coors Light cans in the middle of nowhere like it's fucking loot boxes. Maybe those aren't hers. And maybe it's just a big old quinky dink that, according to the father, that's her drink of choice. We don't know for sure. That's all remains to be seen.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. She get you too?
You okay?
Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
Okay.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So the father then picked up the child. Firefighters were keeping him like warm and away from all of like the hoopla that was happening with his mother, because that is just such a fucking terrible thing. My heart breaks for that child. That's just terrible to grow up with a mom like that. Now, when they got her to the hospital, they had a warrant to draw her blood to confirm intoxication and rule out the possibility of it being like some kind of, you know, maybe reaction to prescription drugs that she does have and that kind of thing. But while trying to draw that blood, she was less than cooperative, you could say. It started to look like an exorcism scene in there for a moment. She was wiggle worming and squirming, apparently even like biting. That officer, I guess, got a bloody nose from all of it at some point. I couldn't really see that on the body cam. I don't know how she got up there and got him. Maybe with like a headbutt or something. I couldn't tell you. But it was pretty chaotic in there. But when they got her blood, they confirmed, no, she's definitely drunk. Like, very drunk. That's the root cause of all of this. Now, if you want my Neanderthal perspective on it, I really think she should lose her license. I know, maybe I'm talking crazy. Maybe I'm boofing the crazy pills. But I just think it's pretty clear she shouldn't be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. This is completely fucking unacceptable. It's just a matter of time until someone dies because of this from her. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. I bet she'll be back on the road pretty soon. And that is very scary. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. Yep. I'm on a losing streak in League as my elo's being terrorized by criminals left unchecked on Summoner's Rift, so I'm not really in a good mood and I'm not feeling really nice. But I took a breather, and the first thing I see on YouTube's recommended is this puppy right here from Ned Fulmer about him trying to address the backlash to his podcast. This was posted 5 days ago. I don't know why it's getting recommended now. Maybe because I made a video on the podcast like a month or 2 ago. I don't know how long it's been now. About how it's like one of the most awkward podcasts ever filmed. So now YouTube decided, Charles, we know you've had a bad day, but don't worry, we've got your medicine right here. It's just what the doctor ordered. A nice dog shit apology from Ned. That's not his wife in the bed, Fulmer. Joy. Can't wait.
Hello. I've heard a lot of the commentary and reactions to my podcast episode with Ariel, and I wanted to take this video to address some of them. That episode with Ariel was mostly about her story, and now in this video, I'll tell a little bit more of mine.
Did we watch the same podcast, Ned? You sure about that? Was it really mainly her story? Because it seemed like you were the one kind of guiding the whole conversation, that you were kind of steering the ship here, which is one of the major complaints. Not only was the whole thing a terrible idea from the get-go, bringing in the wife that you cheated on with one of your employees to just kind of talk about it in front of everybody, which is just always going to be weird to hear, just being the fly on the wall for a very uncomfortable conversation like that. But the conversation also went with you in the driver's seat, which feels like the antithesis of what it should have been with letting your wife air out everything. And if it was supposed to be therapeutic for your wife, why wasn't she the one that was kind of in charge to lead this discussion? It was you. Pull off the mask of the villain here for the Scooby-Doo episode. It's Ned Fulmer. It's just, you're not even, digesting the comments that you're supposed to be addressing.
There's a lot that we wanted to keep private, but some things I'll touch on today.
Hey, bud. I personally think all of it should have been kept private. You don't owe the internet an explanation for what's going on after your cheating. There's no reason to invite everyone inside for all the dirty laundry and everything behind the scenes. Just keep it private. I think that probably would have been the healthiest thing for all parties involved. That's just my personal opinion on the matter, but I gotta tell you, I think a lot of people shared that sentiment because this is something so personal and so devastating that putting it all out here in the public just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, especially when it seems like the main purpose of it was to launch your podcast, the fucking rock bottom podcast, whatever garbage that is, which, by the way, nobody's watching, Ned. First episode blew up because nobody could believe that you would actually bring on your ex-wife to discuss you cheating on her with one of your employees. That is just an unhinged idea.
First, I know that it was a very painful and uncomfortable conversation to watch. I know for some of you, it reopened things. For us, it felt like a necessary step to be able to move forward. We knew we would always get these sort of questions in any context online, and it felt like the only way to move forward was just to face it head on.
On a podcast that you're launching? That was really the only way? Look, man, far be it for me to question how Ariel wants to heal and move on from this. That's entirely her decision to make. But if this was a necessary step to try and address things head on, why did it have to be on your podcast that you are launching on the back of this episode that is exploring her feelings on having her whole life devastated from your unfaithfulness? That surely is not the only way. If you wanted to address everything head on, both feet planted, getting rough and tough with it, why not just release a joint statement or something, perhaps, if you needed this to be a public-facing thing in order to move on to, clear the air of everything and rumors and whatever. It didn't need to be in an hour and a half or whatever podcast that you're starting. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, unless, of course, the actual motivator for it is to try and get back onto YouTube and be able to make money on the platform again. Because he is launching a product with it.
As has been reported in interviews, launching the podcast with a conversation with Ariel was Ariel's idea. She's a stakeholder in the Rock Bottom podcast and this new channel, and she wants it to be successful. So that was part of the reason why, in terms of having that conversation, we did it together rather than on any other platform.
I couldn't possibly know the inner workings of this business partnership. Haven't seen the contracts. All I can say is that feels very odd to me, because this seems like a business partnership strategy that heavily favors Ned. So I don't fully understand that, but I just really think that this is something that didn't need to be shared in this fashion.
After discovery, I started an intensive program of therapy, group therapy, and work to really try to understand what I had done, why I had done it, and what it meant for my relationship and my life.
That's cool, man. I'm not your therapist, but I feel like the reason you did what you did is because it's something you wanted to do. In the podcast and in here too, he keeps making it seem as though he didn't know that this would be painful for his wife to be fucking one of his employees, which I think is so odd, especially the way he presents that. But he's talking about like his journey to coming to terms and realizing that what he did was bad and realizing that what he did is cheating.
All of these mental clouds that help you continue behavior that you know is hurtful, and you still do it anyways. So it let me face the truth and acknowledge in no uncertain terms that I cheated on my wife with an employee of my business, and it caused her immense pain and shattered our marriage.
Yeah, but was there ever any real uncertainty there to begin with, though, Ned? I feel like even if you had just been lobotomized, you would still be able to recognize that fucking someone that's not your wife is bad. That's textbook cheating, right? Like, this is what I'm saying. The way he presents it is weird. He makes it seem like I had to really understand this was not a good thing. This was, as they say, cheating. It's like, yeah, man, yeah. Like, okay, cool, you're getting help to get to the bottom of this, so hopefully you never do something like this again in the future, but, like, man, like, did you really need to have this huge come-to-Jesus moment that fucking a woman that's not your wife, who is also your employee, by the way, is not good, and is cheating, like, by definition? I don't know, it rubs me the wrong way the way he talks about it. Like, he was just so blind to the fact that this was a painful thing that he was doing to his wife. Like, what he was doing would make her very upset should it ever come to light. You know, it's just, you would know that. You would think, right? Like, he's sentient. I feel like anybody with a functioning frontal lobe would know that that would be very painful for your fucking partner to know and to learn. So for you to do that to them would cause them immense agony. But I guess maybe Ned didn't know that somehow.
So this was a long process that it took, approximately 2 years, and continues work even to this day at the 3-year mark, even though we decided to separate officially 2 years in. It's something that I'm really proud of. That's really changed my life, and I understand that if a viewer is watching this for the first time,
I'll let that thought continue in just a moment there. It is so peculiar that he would say that it's something he's proud of here. He's not talking about like the actual cheating, I don't think, or anything like that. He's talking about him getting like therapy and the help that he needs to recognize that cheating is bad and get to the root cause of why he cheated. But to even say something like that in a video like this is very odd.
Or just sees this 15-second clip on TikTok, you don't understand everything that has led us to this point. And I know that it'll take time. And if you want to just judge me off of one clip of me talking about society, which obviously was not the best response to that situation, you are welcome to do that. I know that people have a choice when it comes to what they watch and what they consume. And if people don't want to continue engaging with me on the internet, then that's a consequence of my actions and something that I have accepted.
Ned frames this as though the majority of the opinions people formed on him from that podcast are just off of TikTok clips or like 15 seconds out of context snippets of the larger conversation. But that's just not true. Like, sure, there probably are some people that only saw the clips, but the whole conversation is there with over 1 million views. Like, a good chunk of people saw the podcast. I think a lot of people like me couldn't finish the whole thing because of how unbelievably uncomfortable and awkward it was. But it's very understandable for them to form their opinions on you based on the fact that you cheated on your wife, betraying her trust, being unfaithful to her with one of your employees, man. Like, even just seeing some of the clips or just even knowing that, plenty of people are not going to like you for that. It has nothing to do with them only seeing these podcast clips that make you look bad. The whole podcast makes you look bad because what you did is bad. You did a really bad thing, Ned. Now he has the audacity to throw himself like a little pity party here, Oh man, you have a choice in what you consume, I suppose, so if you're watching these 15-second clips, these snippets that make me look really bad, I guess that's your choice to make. I've come to terms with it. Like, as if that's the only reason people have a negative opinion of him. Even if it is just those clips, the fact of the matter is you did a bad thing and people aren't going to like you for that. Even if they've only seen clips from that podcast, everyone else who's seen the whole thing is still going to have that same opinion because you look like shit in it. It paints you in a horrible light. Because what you did cannot be painted in a positive light. I don't know why he tries to weasel this here statement in about, people only seeing the clips, the snippets from the conversation, if only they'd hear the whole thing, go along for the whole ride. It doesn't make sense, because clips or whole thing, you are still going to walk away with a bad impression of Ned, regardless. It's just if you watch the longer one, you also have to squirm in your chair because it's so unbelievably awkward to sit through. Anyway, though, most of this is him talking about what he's done to try and grow from it, as a person, become a better person. It's very weird because this is him bringing up his cheating again. It almost feels like he's doing it because he knows it's going to get eyes. It is a very weird thing to do again, to bring up him being a cheater. But, it's getting some views for him, and maybe that's the goal. I don't really get it. But anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. You know what this is? You familiar with this expression? That's my fighting face, looking like Sirius Black on the Azkaban posters. I stumbled across something that actually just immediately pet my peeve. It is a head scratcher. It comes from Dexerto. It's an Instagram post. I saw this myself. For some reason, the algorithm fed this to me directly. Just to try and salty up my cheeks, I guess. I don't really use Instagram. The only time I go on there is to post pictures of me with my horses or chickens and whatever from the farm, or petting my goose, that kind of thing. So I went on Instagram briefly, and the first thing I saw was this. I didn't do any scrolling or the For You or anything. Just the first thing when I opened Instagram was this. YouTuber Moist Critical weighs in on why The Boys Season 5 has been a success so far. What? Pardon? Excuse me? I said that? What, is there a Tyler Durden situation going on here? I'm sleepwalking and saying shit like that? What? Me? I didn't do that. Not even getting into the rest of the caption yet. Just that headline alone, I didn't do that. I made a video last night, which is just me yapping about something that Stream keeps bringing up, which is, what do I think about The Boys Season 5? There's only 3 episodes left, we're approaching the finish line, and in my take, I was going over why I think this is its weakest season so far. So, I don't know if Dexerto just didn't watch it and just asked Grok to put me in a bikini and then summarize what I said, and it got it all wrong and gave me, double D melons or something. I don't know how Dexerto could have even come up with this. They are just putting a wiener in my mouth that was never there. I don't hate The Boys Season 5 or anything, but, here, I'll just play you a couple of clips from it, and you tell me how the fuck Dexerto was able to reach this conclusion for their post. I think the first season is when the show was at its best because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something, or beat a superhero, killing a supe, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just supe versus supe, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. Some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. All of that is in the very beginning of the video. It's impossible to miss unless you just miss the video itself and are just pulling things out of your butthole based on a fucking wet dream you had or something. Like, I don't hate the final season of The Boys so far or anything, but it's a far cry from the way Dexerto is posting this headline about it where, you know, I'm saying I failed the Try Not to Come challenge because season 5 is so good and I'm singing its praises and explaining why it's so successful. Now let's go back and look at the caption. Moist Critical recently praised the success of The Boys Season 5, highlighting how the series has managed to maintain momentum 5 seasons in, pointing to its balance of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth as reasons for its staying power. This butt is ass, bro. What? This has to be AI generated. I mean that genuinely. I didn't say any of that in the video I made yapping on this topic last night. I didn't have a whole spiel about like, The Boys has maintained its relevancy and its momentum even 5 seasons in thanks to the brave tiptoeing act, the balancing act of dancing on the line of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth. That's the reason for its staying power. I never even talked about anything of the sort. He acknowledged that certain episodes felt padded, but argued that the overall narrative still hits hard, with standout performances and bold storytelling choices that make this season one of Prime Video's biggest wins. I actually don't know where any of this is coming from. Whoever wrote this may have just been on ayahuasca and they fucking hallucinated this or something coming out of my mouth. I didn't fart out any of this that they're saying here. At all. You can go watch the video for yourself. That never left my lips. What I did, however, dig my heels into the sand on is what I believe to be delusional take that this final season is all filler. It's not. I do think that this is like the worst pacing The Boys has had. That I completely agree with, but I totally disagree that it's all filler. Because even the things that people point to, like Terror's little brief adventure, his little side quest where it's the banging the Homelander toy, even that little bit contributes to the overall plot in a meaningful way. So Terror banging Homelander culminates with us seeing the fallout of the boys' group through the dog's eyes. It's very quirky, it's zany, and I don't love that. I actually really don't like that they did this angle to show it, but it's not filler. You are getting important information about what's happening with the group, and most importantly, what's happening with Butcher. Because one of the core things that's been being explored is the lack of humanity in Butcher, and how now that he's completely just forsaken his humanity, he's basically just a fucking shell. He's a husk, and it's something Huey points out a lot. But in this Terror, like through Terror's eyes, as we go through this, we see him care for this dog and want to save it when he consumes chocolate and panics and worries about the dog. And that lets Huey know, that lets Huey see that there's still that human side of Butcher. And that is important to the plot. Seeing what's happening with the group is important, and it's very important seeing where Butcher is mentally, like where his character is. Is there humanity left? And through that, we know that there is at least a glimmer of it still there, a little spark. So it's important, even something as dumb as that. Like I said, I don't love that that's how they convey that information. I think it's kind of shitty. Like, I didn't love the way they did it, but it's not filler. Like, again, I agree with the complaint of pacing being a problem, but none of this is filler so far. People were even pointing at the Firecrackers storyline as being filler, when that is the most important one they've explored so far. Fleshing out her deeper turmoil and her motivation, how she is at this, like, internal struggle about God and Homelander, and then they bring in her pastor who basically raised her. This is a very important struggle that we get to see that ultimately culminates with her having to decide between Homelander or God, her faith that has gotten her to this point. And she ultimately chooses to forsake God, throwing away the Jesus figure, and then shortly after, dying after choosing Homelander over God. All of that was very important to see. It's not filler. So that I will lat spread on and fight because I disagree entirely that it's filler. There has been padding. I do think there's a bit of bloat, and I think they're focusing on some things that they don't need to for way too long, so it drags a bit. But it hasn't been filler. I think that complaint is misplaced. And I actually think they've done a good job with Firecracker. I think they did a really good job with her entire character arc. And I do think it's odd how now all of a sudden no one wants to sit and learn about the characters anymore. They just want like action figures colliding for action and violence and gore. Now for some reason no one wants to sit and actually learn about the world or the characters in it that we've spent so many years with now. It's very odd. Because it's not like the boys had ever shied away from giving you like information on these characters and fleshing out like what's going on in their personal lives and how it relates to the overarching plot. They've done that plenty of times in the past, but now all of a sudden it's an issue. And I do think, like, the way that this should be framed is that for a final season, they've been extremely slow for the most part. So the expectation was everything's bubbling over, now it's going to be fucking chaos and, you know, just ass cheeks flying all over the place, whatever. Like, I could understand that complaint. Because for a final season, it really does feel like we are not in the end game. It feels like they are making this with still like the thought that they have 12 episodes left to go, when really there's only 3. So I don't see a world where this wraps up in a satisfying conclusion, because even with 3 episodes left, I feel like we're not even close to getting there. Because they have spent so much time on other things, probably for too long. But I just completely disagree that it's filler. All of it has contributed to the plot and pushing it forward. Granted, I don't always agree with the ways that they're doing it, like with the Terror plotline, but it's not filler. That's the only thing that I've been fighting for in regards to The Boys Season 5. But I agree that this has not been an amazing final season. So I don't know why this headline has popped up here. They didn't even watch the video, and the things they said that I was praising and commending, that wasn't in the video. I think they did a good job with A-Train in this season. I think they did a good job with Firecracker. And of course, Anthony Starr's Homelander is still always kind of a home run, so I think Homelander's been pretty strong too. But even then, I had a complaint there because Homelander feels much stupider now than he ever has been before, and they've randomly introduced some new weaknesses like Malchemical coming out, who's just an alcoholic gooner whose breath can knock him out instantly. That's a crazy powerful thing to just come out of nowhere with. So, like, I've had even complaints there, too. I don't know why this headline is saying the things it says about my take on The Boys Season 5. Especially that little nugget they drop in there about how I was giving flowers to their bold story choices. What? Another thing I complained about in that video that they're referencing is one of the story choices they made that I really think almost ruined the entire character with Kimiko. Kimiko being able to speak, I think, is such a strong decision, and it's something they gradually built up to for years, across multiple seasons. And now, having her speak, I think, is a good choice, but what they've done is they've wiped their ass with it by having her only talk in porn and Zoomer slang, just fucking Gen Z slang from TikTok, which they even point out in a moment of self-awareness, but then they just lean into it and go whole hog, and that's all she ever says now. So they took a character who was emotionally very deep and strong, and now they've reduced her to very one-dimensional, just regurgitating porn and Gen Z memes and slang. Like, that's very disappointing, and I think it's a disservice to the character that they spent so long building. So I haven't been praising a lot of their choices that they've made. I don't know where that's coming from Dexerto. And by far the most confusing thing about all of this, why is it even a post in the first place? Who gives a fuck? Even if I was just meat swallowing The Boys Season 5, why is that even worth like a pseudo article, I guess, or the Instagram post? What is the purpose? It's like there's literally nothing there at all. I don't understand. Like, Dexerto's done like some decent reporting in recent times, like more so than they had in the past where they were just grabbing fucking clips from Livestream Fail. Like, they have been at least diving more into some of like the more modern stories they've covered. But why do they also have to do this shit too? Why can't they just stick to like the decent stuff? This doesn't make sense to me, and I'm very confident that this is an AI piece that they've made. I don't think there is a single human being that will have watched that video I made yapping about the boys and walked away with this impression and this summary. It's very peculiar. I had to talk about it a bit. It was so weird. That's really about it. Yeah. This evening I was cruising numerous streaming platforms to take a peek at what interesting, riveting, scary films they had available for me to put my peepers on to celebrate this Halloween. And I was checking them all. Lord help us, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I even checked Peacock. I know, even just hearing that name is enough to send shivers down your spine. That'll give you the heebie-jeebies in and of itself. In my defense, I don't have that subscription on purpose. I just have forgotten to cancel it many, many times. I got it a long time ago to watch the Halo TV series, and what a tragic sin that was. Holy Toledo. A catastrophic television series so bad that it's completely contaminated that entire platform for me. Anyway, though, point is, I even checked Peacock. Of course, I found nothing. You're more likely to find a gold nugget in your fucking toilet after taking a shit than you are to find something worth watching on Peacock. But I was cruising all these streaming platforms, and eventually I went to Paramount, which another platform I never really go to. But there was a new film that was plastered on there that caught my eye. It came out like 2 weeks ago. It's called Vicious, and it stars Dakota Fanning, who I think is a very talented actress, but has been on a real cold streak here with the projects she's choosing, like The Watchers from a year or two ago, which was some horror slop, the likes of which still stains my eyes. But this new one that she's starring in really caught my eye because the premise had me hooked. It has a lot going for it. It was fucking Opposite Day. It's about as generic as it gets. It's about a haunted box. And I just looked it up on a whim to see what people were saying about it. No one was saying anything about it. Complete crickets. When I was trying to look up any information or any discussion on it, it was like locking myself in a sensory deprivation tank. It seems like nobody's heard of this movie before. I found like 3 reviews on YouTube, and 2 of the 5 videos covering this were AI giving you a synopsis of what happens in the film. And then there's like 1 Reddit thread of people talking about it. And overall, the reception from the few that have seen it is pretty negative. Most people kind of hate it. There's a couple positive reviews sprinkled in there with people having their pinky out saying, you just didn't understand it. But outside of those fringe outliers, it's mainly negative, which is my cup of tea. This is exactly what I was looking for here. So, I watched Vicious, and I feel like it's my duty to give you a review on this movie that you've never heard of and were never going to see. So, as advertised, this film is indeed about a haunted box. No tomfoolery there. An old lady randomly knocks on Dakota Fanning's door one night after Dakota Fanning was talking to her mother and stressing out about an upcoming interview, and things just haven't really been going her way. Then all of a sudden, this random lady's acting all weird and sketchy, and she invites her in because it seems like she needs help. And while the lady's sitting there, she sets a box down and says, "This is yours now. You're going to die." And then she leaves. And then the box, it starts talking to her. She learns that she needs to give something she hates, something she loves, and something she needs to this box. And maybe that'll prevent her from dying. There's an hourglass ticking down, and as the sand is pouring, the clock is running. So, that's basically the entire movie. From that point, it is now her trying to figure out, well, what do I hate, what do I love, and what do I need? What do I have to sacrifice to this box to survive? And the whole time the box is calling her on her phone and making her see a bunch of horrifying mirages, basically. It's like a genjutsu she gets trapped in because of this box. And there's this entity, I guess, that is possessing the form of her mother that's jump scaring her. And also just 1,000 jump scares, really. This movie is almost entirely jump scares. I'm actually kind of impressed that they didn't even try to build tension. They just tried to scare you with loud noises. And I feel like it's because they wanted to make sure you were still awake. Because without the jump scares, there is nothing happening. And even with them, there is nothing happening in this movie. It really feels like you, the viewer, are trapped in a genjutsu with Dakota Fanning here. Because nothing progresses, nothing moves forward, and every time it seems like she's going to do something or accomplish something, turns out it was all make-believe, it was all an illusion. So, like, it's just actually a movie of nothing happening besides loud noises and, like, blood sometimes. So, like, I think Dakota Fanning did her damnedest to carry this. Like, she actually is acting her ass off in this film, but it is futile because the writing is so weak. And there is just so little to appreciate about what's happening on screen. But there's a couple of moments in here I thought were kind of cool. So, like, When she initially gets this box, she starts panicking. She wants to call the police. She also wants to talk to her mother, whom she was talking to before the lady arrived. And as she's talking to her mom starts sounding a little weird, saying some weird things. And it turns out that's not her mom. It's the demon of the box or something, I guess. We never really fully know. But it can imitate the ones that she loves, make her believe that the ones that she loves are dead or dying or in pain. So like one of the scenes that I thought was actually pretty good, she's randomly knocking on neighbors' doors begging for help, and one of her neighbors opens. She goes inside, and that neighbor's on the phone. And then while talking on the phone to her husband, she then gets a call from the demon that now takes control of her, and in front of Dakota Fanning, she starts like stabbing her face with a knife and then stabbing her neck and then blaming Dakota Fanning for it. You may notice I keep calling her Dakota Fanning. It's because I genuinely cannot remember her name. Polly. Never mind. I scraped the back of my mind there, found it. Her name is Polly. So her neighbor is now stabbing herself with a knife because the entity is controlling her. And then she even gives like an "Are you not entertained?" as she's like bleeding out kind of thing, and laughing at Polly, blaming her for it. And like I said, like that's like it was kind of creative. There are a couple of moments like that where it's like, oh, that could have been interesting in pretty much any other context besides what it's being used for in this movie. There's not a whole lot to really dive into here with the spaghetti and meatballs of the film. Like I said, Polly is going through like a rough patch in life where she's, not finding love. She feels pretty numb. She hasn't accomplished a whole lot. Now this box gets there. And the old woman does also kind of say that the box kind of chooses you. It looks for broken people, which Polly is. But she does have a niece who she really loves. And you immediately start to pick up that this box is wanting her to sacrifice like parts of herself and parts of people that she loves, kind of wanting to turn her into a killer. Like, how far will she go for self-preservation? It fools her into cutting off her pinky toe under the ruse that it's something she needs, thus one of the 3 requirements to get rid of the curse of the box. But it turns out it wasn't the pinky toe, it actually wanted the pointer finger, as revealed by her mirror image in the reflection, but the reflection shows her that she's missing a finger, so she connects the dots that it actually wanted a finger, and it played a trick on her, so then it laughs at her, and then she puts her finger in there, and then it calms everything down. Thus, the requirement is fulfilled, except not really, kinda. She keeps getting all these calls, and they're telling her exactly what to do, and for some reason, she still believes them, even after they knowingly fucking mislead her multiple times. She still just keeps kind of following through with what they're doing, with like the hints that they're dropping. After finally doing all 3 of the tasks, hitting the hokey pokey, she sees that the sand is still falling. She's still running out of time, so she desperately tries to figure out, well, what else is left? And then she remembers, well, the old lady knocked on her door and gave her the box, so she assumes that that's what she needs to do next to finally free herself from this agony. So she knocks on doors, and then eventually another woman answers. Her name is Tara, and she passes the box on to Tara the same way that woman did previously. Then, well, the old woman pays her a visit, and she's like even more fucked up than the last time we saw her, and she reveals that you're never fully done with the box, and the box wants her to kill Polly. Polly fights back against this older woman, killing the older woman, and she reveals that the box needs fear, so don't be afraid of dying. So, in that moment, Polly stops being afraid of dying, the sand runs out, she wakes up, everything's normal, everyone's alive, even the neighbor that stabbed herself in front of her, turns out that all wasn't real either. She then goes over to the woman's house that she dropped the box off at, but Tara doesn't recognize her, so that must not have been real either, huh? Well, the big surprise ending is that was real. She did have the box. And written on the wall says, tell no one, don't listen to her, she lies. She was going to tell Tara that the only way to win is not to play. A lesson the old War Games movie taught us. And we see that Tara has already killed her parents, and then the box asks her to drop something that she wants into it. So she gets different things here in this box. So that's kind of like the whole plot of the movie in a nutshell. Like I said, it is basically only jump scares from start to finish and nothing else. There's no real substance to this film. It's just one jump scare to the next, one bloody scene of her cutting a finger off to the next, and that's it. I've seen a lot of people say the movie makes no sense, but I actually have to disagree with that. I think it does make sense. Like, I get what the movie's trying to convey to the audience. It's just not very good at it. I think it is far simpler than people think. It's about the mental health struggle of these broken people that are getting this box, and how, like, this self-sabotage is this cycle, and that the only way to get through it is to not give in to those kind of things. Those, you know, in this film, they portray it through the phone call. Well, at the end of the film, when she's finally free from all this, she's getting a call. You are under the impression it's going to be the demon box again, and you're thinking she's going to answer it, and it's going to end right there with a very sour ending, but she doesn't answer it, because she's no longer afraid of these things. She is now more content and ready to move forward with her life with a different outlook on everything, and now she's fully free from this box, and the box obviously knows that that's how you win, so it's trying to tell Tara, no, you have to keep doing these things, you have to stay locked in this cycle. So I think the message is pretty clear with the movie, unless I'm totally misinterpreting it. Like I said, this movie's extremely dull. Maybe I cooked up my own fan fiction here and are seeing things that aren't actually in the film, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's what it wants to say. It's just not very good at saying it, and it's not very entertaining regardless. But yeah, I don't think the movie's shitty because it doesn't make sense. It's shitty because it's all very just one tone. And that tone is, flat. It is very flat. It is like the most cliche horror movie formula here of just giving you haunted box, which is just a convenient tool to show you jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, and that's it. There's nothing else to it. It's just like genuinely a waste of time. Like, it's not so bad that I can sit here and shoot spitballs and yap about it for like 30, 40 minutes like I could a masterpiece like Moonfall. It's just like really a waste of time. I can see why this didn't go to theaters. Apparently, from what I was reading, this was slated to go to theaters because this isn't the cheapest horror movie ever made. Like, there was some real elbow grease put into this. And instead of going to theaters, I guess they didn't really believe in it, so they just immediately straight to streaming on Paramount. So it doesn't even feel like they had faith in it, and it's pretty clear why. There's just no reason to have even made this movie in the first place. It's just, it doesn't try and do anything interesting. It's just very content being a very standard, throwaway, forgettable horror movie that I know everyone who sees it has probably already forgotten that they watched it. It's just, I don't know, not very good, but it's not like the worst horror movie I've seen. It's definitely not even the worst horror movie I've seen this year. It's just another generic, forgettable one. So yeah, I know not a single soul on the planet was chomping at their nails waiting for someone to review Vicious, but when you needed it least, I came and delivered. A Vicious review, baby, so now you know. I don't really think it's worth watching. It's just not very good. But there's definitely worse movies to watch, so if you really just need something to put on, this exists. It is something that is able to be put on the television screen. Just don't really know why you'd want to do that. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. You clearly haven't seen the 30 clearest teleportations caught on camera. We already have the technology. Actually, I haven't. How clear were these teleporting incidents? 30 clearest human teleportations ever caught on camera. Oh, this is new too. This is probably like reliable. He didn't even teleport. He didn't go anywhere. How's that a teleportation? These are a lot less clear than the title led me to believe. Oh, I saw that time. Oh, here comes Alex Mercer.
But when he was noticed, he bolted forward and in an instant vanished completely, leaving behind stunned witnesses and footage that looked like real teleportation.
You call this clear? Does this look clear to you, brother? But this is undoubtedly a teleportation incident. I'll give you that much. But it's not clear. I almost saw something there. That was a close call.
Leaked footage
I did
from a
see
Russian
that.
Secret
He's
Service
gone!
operation shows a tense chase in a crowded bookstore.
Where is he?
Just as agents closed in, the target suddenly teleported right out of sight, disappearing into thin air and leaving everyone stunned.
What the fuck? Damn! Wow, I don't think they got teleported. Based on that sound effect, I think he got zapped. There's probably a pile of ashes with smoke coming off it on the floor there. Holy, alright, now this is pretty clear. This one's only like negative 160p, so I can see things here.
A man suddenly appeared on the street out of nowhere, then calmly continued his walk as if it were the most ordinary thing. But how does someone just materialize in plain sight without warning?
That's a good question. How did he do that? That was pretty clear.
Without warning.
Fuck! He needs to teach us this power. Without warning, too. Good point. Nobody on the sidewalk knew that this was happening. He didn't warn a single soul.
During a live interview near an airport baggage carousel, everything seemed normal until something in the background caught viewers off guard. A woman standing behind the interviewee suddenly disappears the moment someone walks past her, raising questions about
this one's
whether
not
it was
even
a
really
glitch,
trying.
a trick of light, or something much stranger.
She just didn't disappear, she's just walking with her. I don't mean to debunk clear evidence here, but that one she's just walking with her. You just can't see her anymore because of the angle. You can even see her start to walk. Where is it?
A person suddenly appears on the road, colliding slightly with an oncoming car, shocking both the driver and anyone watching the footage.
I can't fucking see anything, because not only is the footage terrible quality, but there's raindrops on it! But I see. He's not very good at teleporting. He came in stumbling and hit a car. The car teleported to intercept him. Oh, now that's an interesting theory. You might be onto something. Let's see. No, the car comes from over here.
As a man on a bike rides into the frame, he moves forward and then suddenly disappears from view, leaving those filming stunned and questioning what they just witnessed.
He traveled back in time. Came to the wrong year, he had to go back.
CCTV footage shows something that immediately makes you question reality, as if the laws of
What?
physics have taken a brief vacation.
Well, that's not teleportation, he's a speedster, so he vibrated through that, and this guy doesn't even know the rules. That's not teleportation, but that is no doubt a superhuman amongst us. And that's clear as day. Imagine we see the guy from FEMA who teleported to Waffle House. If only I could get my hands on that footage, that must be something special. Oh, he comes back too!
A person in a black hoodie casually walks straight through a closed door, leaving anyone watching utterly baffled by the impossible sight.
You're not supposed to normally be able to do that! He's no-clipping!
On a busy road, leaving
Oh, this is like
questioning if
actually clear footage. For the first time. This one might even be 720p. This is pretty
what
good.
they're seeing is real.
Man, people keep teleporting in front of cars.
A man suddenly appears.
Their coordinates
in the
are
middle of the
way
road,
off.
narrowly avoiding a moving car.
Wow! Right now he's on the horn with his boss. Wait, even this guy teleported! Everyone's teleporting!
Travelers move along as usual, but in an instant, some vanish into thin air, leaving empty spaces where they had just been,
Oh!
baffling anyone witnessing the scene.
Oh my god! What is this? Is this Rapture? What's going on? What? Ah! What the fuck?
Was this man expecting?
Look.
Is this an SOS signal he's sending?
Look closely right here. Watch what happened. Here it is. Watch. Look.
Oh!
The routine street.
Can't argue with that one. That gives me a lot to think about. Man, that guy fucking pieced out like that meme where they have that guy go like this and then he fades out. Wow. To think that it's real. I mean, you can't argue with that. He was sent to the back rooms, maybe. This is scary stuff, man. This is scary stuff. Only 58 likes is crazy. Well, it's because the government suppressed it. They're trying to hide the teleportations. Slapped Ham tried to show us the truth 5 years ago. That was the last time he was seen. Government teleported him to a different nebula. 1 hour of clearest human teleportations ever. Oh, it's witnessed again. Oh, wow. This one's a whole hour. Oh! Whoa! Ah! Oh, I've already seen that one. He's reusing it. Oh, this channel is just all this, huh? What's the most popular? 30 disturbing gang encounters. So it went from gang and cartel encounters to teleportations. Okay. Quite a pivot. And UFOs seem to be a big one. 60 of the clearest UFO sightings ever. That is pretty clear. Oh, I remember these assholes. I remember when these fucking cosmic perverts came down. Tried to have sex with my grandma.
As they zoomed in,
Oh!
the object's strange shape became clearer, leaving them stunned.
Ah!
It wasn't a plane or a drone, just something they couldn't explain.
Ah! Scram! Shoo! Get out of here! This ain't your world! They're hiding in our clouds! Fucking cloud people!
Its contours are stark against the landscape, motionless and seemingly grounded.
Wow! Oh, the sound effects.
Then, without warning, the perspective shifts abruptly, and in that same instant, the object is no longer earthbound, its ascent now undeniable against the vastness of the sky.
That is undeniable. That's true. You can't deny that. Prove that that's fake. You can't. Was there ever a follow-up on that alien sphere found in Brazil or wherever? It was actually a lot of different places that the alien spheres were turning up in. And it turns out it was confirmed to be actual intergalactic travelers. Horrifying stuff. They had like fucking 9 tits and everything. To my knowledge, they're still being studied at the moment. 9? That's not even symmetrical. I know, and that was the scariest part. These kind of videos are way less fun now that AI is a thing. That's true, they're a lot less cool now with AI, but luckily, there's still people doing it the old-fashioned way.
Someone want to tell me what that is?
Bro, that shit looks like a tin can with boosters on it.
What exactly did he capture that day?
I don't know, some kid's science experiment, maybe. Artemis 3.
Leaving viewers to wonder what exactly was spotted.
I don't know, it's in the shape of like a fish or something. What does it mean? Like a Swedish fish.
De Janeiro.
Yeah, the aliens in their lowrider again.
This footage reveals something in the sky that appears to resemble...
What else? Do they have any gnome footage on this channel? I haven't seen any good gnome videos in a while. They got some cryptids. 60 creepiest wildlife and cryptid encounters even skeptics can't deny. 60 creepiest wildlife and cryptid encounters mainstream media never showed you. Fucking typical lamestream media trying to hide the cryptids. Let me see. Holy shit.
in the shadows to creatures caught on camera that defy
Oh my god, we have a Slender Man sighting. He was dormant for so long, but he's back. Oh no. No! I thought we were rid of this menace. The 5G radiation has summoned him once again from his slumber. No!
What would you do if, while walking home at night, your flashlight suddenly revealed something lurking in the shadows?
I'd fucking poop, bro. That's what I would do.
Its shape thin and almost stick-like. A strange, pale figure stood frozen in the darkness. Its shape thin and almost stick-like.
What's he doing there? Was that Jim Carrey Grinch? It might just be a guy. This guy does look fucking stupid. Earthworm Jim coming home after a hard night of heavy drinking.
Was it a ghost, a folkloric creature?
Why do you keep saying, is it a ghost? It's clearly not a ghost.
Imagine fishing
Does this guy only know
peacefully
one
by the
thing?
shore, only to feel something moving in the water beneath you. It moved too fast to catch a clear look, but it wasn't human.
Why do you think that? That very well could have been a human. That looked like just a guy.
Was this a yeti, or something no one has ever named?
A yeti? That'd be the shortest
Was this
yeti
a
of all
or
time.
something no one has ever...
That just looks like a little human man. He's probably trying to get home. It's very chilly out. It's fucking snowy.
Until they spotted a strange figure moving on the hill above them.
Is that...
Where? Where is it? Is it like where? It's like right on the other side of it?
No, it stopped and looking at us.
It's kind of looking at us.
I don't see it.
It's moving now.
The trees?
Its steps were deliberate, its shape hard to define.
To the right of
It's not that hard to define. Is that not just another hiker? Am I on the crack pipe? He's even got his arm out. Is that not just another guy? Steps were deliberate. Yeah, it's called walking. He's huge. Is he that huge? They're just really zoomed in. He doesn't seem that big. It's on like the side of the walk there. He doesn't really look huge or anything. It's not like the giant sightings back on TikTok. It just looks like God. He's actually striking quite a peculiar pose. This could be an amazing digital circus character come to life. I'm starting to come around. I see it now. That is a cryptid. Bro got alerted like an NPC. Yeah. They aggroed him. My dad is into this stuff. He even bought an app that's supposed to... he even bought an app that's supposed to help him communicate with aliens. What do you mean he bought... What app did he buy? Tell me right now, I'm going to buy it as well. How... What would you even spin... Like, what would the app do? He'd have... That would be so... Like, the stars would really have to align to get some bang for your buck with that app purchase. He'd have to encounter aliens, A, and then B, he'd have to hope that the app is able to translate to that language of the aliens, for which there's probably countless. Like, this could be set to only communicate with, like, I don't know, Viltrumites, or, well, Viltrumites speak English in the show. What's a fucking alien that doesn't speak English? Krogan's or something, maybe. So we'd have to encounter them. What's the app? Tell me right now what the app is. Ask your dad. CE5 Contact. Oh my god. For $10 from Dr. Stephen Greer. $10. This app provides instructions and tools to assist you in making peaceful contact with extraterrestrial civilizations as well as locating others in your area who are interested in making contact. ET contact is undertaken using the CE5 protocol. It stands for Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Unlike more passive CE 1 through 4 experiences, a close encounter of the fifth kind is human initiated. Contact work can be done with just a chair and a quiet night. However, use of this app and the recommended and or optional items listed below have the potential to make your field experiences easier, such as detecting anomalous activity, initiating communications, or documenting celestial events. To further your understanding of consciousness and contact, ET and UFO matters, as well as the history and science that relate to these topics, the following reading materials are highly recommended. How does this help me do this? How does this help me contact and talk with them? I'm gonna match with a hot alien in the Andromeda. When I was in my alien phase, I used an alien app similar to that called Alien Talk. Was yours $10? I can't believe the price. Who is Dr. Stephen Greer? That name sounds so familiar. Oh, that's why, because I just looked up Stephen Greer the other day. Someone on chat was asking me my perspective on Dr. Stephen Greer. That's why, I was just looking at him. So now he has an alien contact app. I'm going to tell you that makes him even less credible in my eyes. Assuming this is his official app. The most recent reviews are from fucking 4 years ago. Well, actually, here's a 2-year review. A year from 2 years ago. A review from 2 years ago. It says, 1 star. Please read, do not purchase. This is a scam. You pay for the app just to get a bunch of stuff you hear in the documentary that's available on Unify. The app does not work either. It'll state that a verification email has been sent to the email. It never gets sent. Huh. The email is necessary to log into the account and use to meet up on the portion of the app to try and form a group. Every purchase just buys the guy a beer. That's what it sounds like. Oh, they actually just updated it 2 weeks ago. Additional fixes to optimize map loading. Huh. Well, I'm not going to piss away $10 on this. If it was like $2, I'd do it, but 10 is a crazy ask for this dog shit. I'll pass on that. That doesn't exist any... Oh, no, here it is. Alien Chat. Talk to Aliens. 13 reviews. It's a radar detector contacting ETs. Chat with alien beings, talk to aliens in real time, powered by groundbreaking AI technology. So they're not even real aliens. They're not even fucking matching me with aliens. Oh my god, it's a fucking scam. I can't even start without paying for a $13 a month trial, or a $13 a month subscription. This is so fucking silly. I'll never get to chat with aliens. Here's a review. It's 1 star. The aliens just say a few words and then that's it. They're all pre-established words. It's not like an AI chat where it'll come up with new things and it doesn't always answer the questions. The only cool thing this app does is allow you to turn on the flashlight by asking the alien to do it. Oh my god, it's so pathetic. Definitely don't pay for the subscription because I was using the 3-day free trial and that was like all the chat did. It would be an awesome concept if they used AI to make the responses. Why would that be an awesome concept? You're just talking to AI again for a $13 subscription pretending to be an alien. But because they're just pre-recorded responses and only a handful of them, they're really boring. Ghost detection apps must have done the same thing too. Yeah, those we've used on our ghost hunts. So I already know those are fucking awful. This one guy posted a review on this a year ago. It's a 5 stars. He said, Creepy but amazing. I talked to a gray alien and saw what its planet looked like. Please institutionalize yourself ASAP. Here's another 5-star. This app is so cool. I'm into aliens and weird stuff, so it was crazy to talk to an alien. At least one guy talked to an actual alien. Can you imagine this shit actually works? This is how the aliens are trying so hard to contact us. Why is no one downloading our app? No one wants to download the Alien Talk app. Guh? I did you with that Banjo-Kazooie, because we got a wacky one coming in hot today. Over the years, I've made quite a few videos clowning on those promo videos or PR material, PR campaign type pitches from really out-of-touch politicians where they're trying to do something, but they're like extremely bad at it. It's very clear they're really unfamiliar with what they're doing, so it's all just really fake and performative. Like that one politician who was pretending to fill up his truck, and it was abundantly clear he had no fucking clue how to pump his own gas. I don't remember who that was now at this point. But I've always enjoyed laughing at those things, and today I saw a really interesting one here from Christy Gnome that had me giggling.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
Now, I know this video isn't super new, it's from 2025, but a buddy of mine sent it to me and I've just been kind of giggling about it, so I wanted to yap. It's just so comical, I couldn't resist here. This drooling moron is pointing the gun directly at that dude's head. I can't believe this shit wasn't shut down immediately. It's just so embarrassing. This is absurd. And I bet there's probably a lot of cope out there from people saying, no, I bet it's not actually pointed at the guy's head. It probably clears it. We just can't really tell from the camera angle. But I would argue, wiggling my finger, we can actually tell a lot from the camera angle and also from that dude's response to it, his reaction to it, because it seems like he noticed and side-eyed it and took a little bit of an uncomfortable shimmy backwards, and even then I don't think he fully got out of line with the muzzle. This is still, at the end of the day, something you just don't do. Like, I feel like most people, even their first time handling a gun, would most likely not point it directly down the fucking gullet of their friend next to them. I imagine most people's instinct would be to, like, point it away from them, like most people would do it at the ground. That's, like, the normal thing to do. So, like, what the fuck is this? Has she just had so much filler put into her face over the years that some of it has started to seep through the blood-brain barrier and she gave herself a lobotomy? Like, this is just nuts. It just feels extremely performative, and it makes me feel like she's never actually handled a gun in her life outside of the time she shot her dog. No one who has had any level, even the most, like, rudimentary understanding of firearms would do what she is doing here. And the agent to her left noticed it, looked a little freaked out for a second, then took, like, a slight step back to maybe get the barrel a little outside of his fucking temple that it was pointed at. But, I mean, I can't believe they didn't shut that shit down. Are they paying attention? Like, are they lucid? Like, I don't know how that was allowed to persist throughout the entire video. Even if the gun is not loaded, it doesn't matter. The very first rule of handling firearms, and this doesn't matter if you're John Wick or fucking Paul Cheeseburger that just happened to go to a local gun range, the very first rule of handling firearms is to treat every gun as if it were loaded. And boy howdy, let me tell you, you'll never guess what the second rule of firearm safety is that Christy just wipes her whole asshole with. Don't point a gun at something you don't intend to destroy. It doesn't matter your level of experience. These two things, the first and second rule, are drilled into your head immediately upon any kind of training or any kind of course, or if you even just went for 30 minutes with your frat brothers to a fucking shooting range. They hammer these points home because they are so important. I can't imagine a world where someone handles a gun without knowing at least these two things. Even if you've never shot a gun, you have probably heard both of these rules before. They are that popular and that well known. And yet, here she is, pointing a gun at that dude's noodle right next to her. It's crazy, and it really makes me question what their training must look like if they're letting this clown march in there and flag him like that for the entire duration of the video. It's so painfully cringe. Even if she just like quickly Googled how to handle a rifle or asked AI like, hey Grok, how do I handle a rifle for this promo video I'm filming? The first two things it will tell you, most likely, are to treat it as though it's loaded, even if it's not, and to not point it at something you don't intend to shoot. I actually just tried it myself. I don't use AI for anything, but Google has the AI overview on everything that you search. So I just typed in how to handle a rifle, and literally the first two things it says: handle a rifle safely by always treating it as loaded, keeping the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. It's so embarrassing. I guess she'd been watching some action movies or maybe reading comic books, so wanted to strike a cool pose that she might have saw somewhere there. And like the agent next to her is pointing in the same direction, but I can't imagine there's like a 7-foot tall dude right next to him that's getting the fucking muzzle like straight down his gullet like he is here from her. So I can't imagine he's flagging anyone off camera. But Christy, hooey, she clearly is. In front of God and anime, we can see that she is flagging this man like a motherfucker. I can't believe they wouldn't teach her just like the basic fundamentals of handling a weapon. Like, not even muzzle awareness or anything, so they just let her flag him for the whole video. And I know I've just used that term multiple times in quick succession. I'll briefly explain what it means. I've been on a real revolver kick recently, so this is my newest one. It's a Smith & Wesson 45. It's unloaded. I would never point a loaded weapon at you, but it's this. That was me flagging you. You noticed how the muzzle pointed directly at you there? I've heard one person refer to it as sweeping, but I was taught flagging, so that's always been the nomenclature I use. So when you flag someone, it's when you unintentionally point the muzzle of a firearm at them. It's a big no-no. As you can imagine, it's something people take pretty seriously because no one wants to get shot. And in this video, it is so fucking obvious Christy has no clue what she is doing. Obviously what you're supposed to do, and it doesn't take some kind of enlightened super genius intellect to put this puzzle together, you're supposed to point a firearm in a safe direction. So typically, that'll be people pointing it at the ground, which is exactly what Christy should have done in this video here, but instead she wanted to hit the goddamn Yosemite Sam here, just blasting the muzzle right at that dude's skull. I cannot believe nobody stopped her from doing that, and I can't believe that guy noticed it and then still let it continue. He just took like a slight step back, but he still didn't even fully get out of the way from the muzzle, it doesn't seem. It's such a fucking disaster here of incompetence. Now, if she was completely alone and she wants to hold the gun like that, okay, I suppose. I'm guilty of doing that too. I have a picture of me when I cosplayed as John Wick with my AR where I'm pointing it in the air on the back of a fucking dirt bike. But I was completely alone in that photo. There was no one around me. And so, like, that one's a little bit different than her pointing it right at that guy's head. Anyway, though, just wanted to make fun of this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. Last night was the Game Awards, and there was a stat that chat was regurgitating that I didn't believe. I thought it was so outlandish they must have escaped from a mental institution and were spewing a bunch of mumbo-jumbo until I checked and verified the authenticity. The claim was that last year's Game Awards had higher viewership than the Super Bowl. And I said, well, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks, no way. Super Bowl had like 120-something million viewers. It was like the most watched Super Bowl ever. No way the Game Awards beat that. Turns out it did. Jeff Keighley hung his hog on the Super Bowl numbers. 154 million global viewers. Now, Super Bowl is an event that mainly only Americans care about. I get that. Game Awards is international. But even still, those numbers blew my fucking mind. Blew my ass out. So, it is like a super big deal. And I watch the Game Awards every year, but had no idea it was this big. And now that I have this knowledge locked away in the old steel trap up here, it makes the Game Awards final reveal from last night even more odd, just peculiar. Because it is a blunder. That is the most important final reveal. And last night, boy howdy did that one fall flat, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people have criticized Jeff Keighley, like playfully teasing about how he'll overhype things that don't warrant that level of glaze or, anticipation, where Jeff Keighley will sometimes, get you like biting your nails like, holy shit, what's he about to reveal? Because he's hyping it up so much like, In my numerous decades in the industry, I have never been this excited. This is my honor, my privilege. This is the apotheosis of gaming. I present to you the world premiere for The Poop That Took a P2. As he's starting to get like tears in his eyes for it. And it's like, well, I think you oversold this one a bit, to be honest with you. Though, one that people point to is from last year where he revealed Okami. I do not think that's a good example of that, because that is not overhyped. That genuinely is extremely exciting. I fucking love Okami and cannot wait for the new Okami. But he does have a history of doing that occasionally, and last night was one of those examples for the final reveal.
Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game.
If that doesn't put a boner in your trousers, nothing will. You cannot have a more hype introduction than that right there. Those sentences alone could make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And when I was watching this live, I actually thought for a moment we might be seeing a Titanfall 3 or at the very least a spiritual successor to Titanfall. But that's where they get you. Jeff's got you eating out of the palm of his hands right now. You're hook, line, and sinker buying into this delusion. Like I have said for a long time, we will probably not see a Titanfall 3. Unfortunately, I think EA is going to kegel on that property forever and never use it for anything ever again because they didn't perform financially well for them. Even though these games are beloved, I don't think we'll ever see a new entry into this franchise. But I really was starting to buy into the fantasy here because he's mentioning that a lot of people responsible for those masterpieces have broken off and are now pursuing something new together. And you're expecting like maybe it's in a similar vein to Titanfall. You know, Professor Utonium's in the lab and he's putting together all the ingredients of the perfect little shooter. But that wasn't what was on the menu. Instead, what was served up on the plate was a seemingly standard hero shooter. Now, I always have a great time watching the Game Awards. This year, I also had a lot of fun watching it. I just really don't understand why they would save this game as their final reveal, which is like always the most important reveal because it's the one that sticks with the viewers the longest. And it's usually reserved for the one that's going to fucking have them, you know, gushing grannies. And having a generic hero shooter be in that place feels really odd, and a lot of people have been kind of clowning on it for it.
Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me. Forming. Blade out.
Siege tower coming in.
It's not the most exciting looking game. It's not going to put you on the edge of your seat there. And it does give me a similar vibe to Concord when that was revealed, unfortunately. And a lot of people have taken to calling this Concord 2. Even though the game's not out or anything yet, it does kind of have a lot of similar DNA to it from the look of the gameplay here. And it just feels like a game that shouldn't have been saved for last as like the big oorah. This should have just been a game that they show somewhere in the middle or towards the beginning where it's like, hey, this game's also right around the corner if you want another hero shooter. Like if you're really salivating for more hero shooter action, here comes High Guard. Like that makes sense. It just doesn't really compute why they would have this be the final reveal. I think what would have fit here best actually was the Star Wars KOTOR game. They have a new KOTOR coming out called Fate of the Old Republic, and that was extremely hype. I think if they had saved Fate of the Old Republic for the final reveal, that would have been a big pop-off moment. Because that is something that a ton of people, myself included, cannot wait for. And now I need to go back and replay KOTOR 1 and 2, because it is so cool. That is something people have really wanted. Whereas with High Guard, I feel like there's more people asking for the common cold than more hero shooters. And especially from such a talented team that have put together games like Titanfall, you would hope that they'd spread their wings a bit more than just like a hero shooter game. So it's just one of those things that is underwhelming for a final game reveal. Anyway, though, I had a great time watching the Game Awards, as I do every year. It's become a tradition, and I always think Jeff Keighley and his team put on a really impressive and really entertaining show, and I really appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. Though I will say, I think this year there is a lesson to be learned in the amount of nominations a game can get. With the E33 sweep, I do think there maybe needs to be some kind of limitations in place. I said from the second the credits rolled on that game that it was special, and it is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I think it is a full-blown, full fucking chub masterpiece. But that being said, I don't think it should be in every category that it was in, even if it could fit into that category. Like, the most contentious is the indie game category. While yes, it is by definition an indie game, I do feel like it shouldn't be there to give room to other games to shine in that category. Like, it is an unbelievable game. And by being as good as it is and in every category that it was present, it drowned out a lot of other extremely impressive games from this year. 2025 was genuinely an amazing year for games. There were so many super slappers, absolute bangers out the wazoo, but if you only watched the Game Awards, you would think that it was just Expedition 33, really. And that's a shame. I do think E33 deserves like the Game of the Year win and many of its other wins, because I do think that does epitomize what the games industry should be about. A team of passionate creators that all banded together under very unlikely circumstances with a very wild way of assembling this team of creatives to create something that's really not been done before to the degree in which they did it with the budget that they had, apparently less than $10 million. It is an unreal story, and the person at the head of Sandfall, he is like a gamer's gamer. That guy, I've watched a couple of his interviews, he is always singing the praises of the GOATs that have came before him, and he's not just doing lip service, he knows his shit. Like, this is a guy who lives and breathes this medium that wanted to do something truly special in it, and I think they succeeded, and it's great to see the reception be as positive as it is to their art. I'm very happy for that team, and I think it deserves all of the glaze that it gets. But when it comes to the Game Awards, I just think it would have been best if it was reserved for, a handful of the categories that it was nominated in. And I also think that would have been better for Expedition 33 overall as well, because when people who aren't overly familiar with it see it keep winning everything, it makes them tired of it. It makes them soured on E33 as a whole. I saw a comparison drawn by a lot of people about like the Patriots when they were on their dynasty run winning everything. People fucking hated the Patriots because they were so good. Expedition 33 is having a similar phenomenon. It won so much, people now just hate it by default. Like, they don't want to engage with it anymore. They'd rather spit and shit on it and that kind of thing. I just overall feel like less is more in this case, where it'd be in its strongest categories, like voice acting, narrative, music, and Game of the Year, that kind of thing, as opposed to like 13 categories. Because it is a lot, and it does unfortunately push out some of the other extremely good games from the year. Like Kingdom Come 2 didn't win anything, when I feel like, by all definitions, it should have won Best RPG of the Year. It's just, I love Expedition 33, and I'm super happy to see it do so well. But for the awards here, I would really have liked to be able to celebrate some of the other great games that also came out this year. Like I said, this was an extraordinary year for banger titles releasing, especially in the indie category. So many good indie games came out this year. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. So yep. Did you go outside today? Did you notice that the air maybe felt a little bit better? Maybe energized you a little bit more. It just felt a little lighter. Well, that's because Wes Watson, the Gadoosh God, is no longer breathing any of that free air, and it's looking like this might be curtains for his time outside of a prison cell. Because boy, howdy, I gotta tell you, this guy is addicted to criminal charges. He collects them like Pokemon cards. It's a pathetic existence, and I don't want to just regurgitate the lore, because I've covered Wes Watson a lot on this channel, but he is one of the more entertainingly pathetic alpha male gurus out there. And now Wesley's facing even more charges on top of the previous charges from the assault case a few months back that I covered. And it looks like he's going to be going home. It looks like he's going to be going back to hooping that paperwork. If you don't know the breakdown, Wes Watson is actually a mutant. He is an X-Men. He studied at Charles Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. His mutation is his asshole's ability to stretch to unnatural lengths. He used to preach about just how adept he was at sticking papers up his butt. Even told a compelling, riveting story about how the other inmates didn't even recognize him by his face, but only by his asshole, because he was always showing off his chocolate starfish, apparently. Honestly, no one's happier about Wes Watson going to jail than Wes Watson. I bet he's got the biggest smile on his face right now, sitting behind bars, fingers crossed, praying that he gets life, so that way he can return to paradise here. And honestly, that's the best for everyone. That's where he belongs, and the rest of society is safest with him there, and I bet he will be much happier. They did him a nice kindness here. They listed him at 6 feet. He's not 6 feet. The top comment kind of goes crazy. He accepted the full sentence in exchange for being listed at 6 feet. I think he just missed prison, because he is currently still out on bond, I'm pretty sure. So he picked up these 5 additional charges, assuming all of this is true. I still need to watch this video covering it. While on bond for other charges. This guy actually just wants to go home. He said, I don't like it out of jail. It's scary. People are mean to me. Doesn't he have a micro? Yeah, they call him Shrimp Dick. In one of those videos he made with his ex-girlfriend, she was like going upstairs naked and he was naked following her, but the goober fucking had his camera pointed at the glass on the stairs so you could see his wiener and it barely peeked over his ball sack. Yeah, he's got Nerf dart wiener. Yeah. I know we're like 4 minutes into this video and I still haven't gotten to those charges, but that's because when you talk about Wesley Watson, it is irresistible to just talk about everything Wes Watson related, because all of it it's unfathomably pathetic. Like, it is just, you can't help but just vomit out all the Wes lore. He is just that much of a clown. Truly irresistible. The only thing more irresistible is good hygiene. All of you should be practicing good hygiene, so make sure when you take a shower you're using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get yourself some of the best soap out there.
A woman, the same one that he proposed to just the other day. He beat her down. He held her captive. So you guys remember just the other day, I showed you Peggy putting a ring on this girl like an asshole, only knowing the girl for only a month, right? Well, that same girl that he got down on his knees and put the ring on is the same girl just a couple days later may be the one to put Peggy in prison for a really long time when I tell you this story.
Yeah, it's not an exaggeration either. The new information here is extremely heavy. What he's done is completely unforgivable, and hopefully justice will prevail. I think this should be a life sentence for Wes Watson. We're going to dive in here. John Bravo went through the specifics of the case. There are 5 felony charges that he is now facing, in addition to everything that is still ongoing from the assault, and they are horrifying.
Peggy Watson, that woman beating piece of shit, was charged with 5 felonies in the state of Florida for beating the shit out of a girl like the coward we all know he is. And the next day, he was in court thinking he's going to get out on bail, $115,000, right? Well, what happened was, the piece of shit, I think he paid it, thinking he's going to get out. But then, the judge from the other case with the monster revoked his bail, so I'm hoping that asshole wasted his money and he's still sitting there.
Now, I know I talk about Wes Watson like he's some harmless bozo loser, and he is a bozo loser, but he's far from harmless, actually. He is genuinely just an evil piece of shit. He is a woman beater. He is just an unhinged lunatic. So, John Bravo is covering the Wes Watson case, the ongoing charges right now. So, he's reporting that Wes Watson maybe tried to pay the $115K to get out on bail, but the judge from the previous case with the assault came in and revoked the bail. So, there's a chance he is still just sitting in jail at the moment, which would definitely be for the best.
The defendant confronted her about her whereabouts, as she had not disclosed. She had gone to the game with her friend. The defendant, which is Peggy, began yelling at the victim, explaining he paid for her boob job, that she was disrespectful for having her boobs out, and that those are my boobs, also accusing her of cheating on him.
So this is where it all started in this new case. A woman that he's been seeing went to a basketball game without Wes's permission. He didn't know she was going to a basketball game with her friend, and she wore a top that showed too much cleavage for Wes Watson's liking. So he then blew a gasket, had a fucking conniption saying, like, I paid for those boobs. Apparently he had, like, paid for her to get a boob job, and he's like, those are my boobs. You're showing my melons. Those are my honkers. This is disrespectful. So he starts fucking freaking out and going ballistic about it. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Wes Watson, this is actually a very common thing. This is his mentality. The women around him, he tries to literally buy them. So he like gets them expensive gifts, and when he does that, he believes it's a transactional exchange, and now he tries to like claim ownership of the women. He is a genuine piece of shit. He buys them things and then says that they're his property now. Basically, the woman is. It's scary.
The defendant began to rattle and shake her by grabbing both of her arms forcefully. He continued to push, grab her by her hair, and slam her on the floor. The defendant then dragged the victim by her hair on the floor and later pinned her up against the kitchen table. He pushed and grabbed, manhandling the victim's face, causing a scratch to the victim's right cheek. The victim stated the defendant forcefully pinned her back against the table, causing her back to bend and hurt. The defendant began yelling at the victim, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you and your whole family. He continued to push the victim back down on the floor with force, picked her back up, and forcefully against her will sat the victim down in a chair. While holding a plate, the defendant threatened to break the plate on top of her head, told her he would grab a bottle and slash it across her face, break it on her head, and then told her he would kick her face in.
I'm skipping around a little bit here because it is pretty hard to listen to. It is disturbing. The violence is brutal. And it's not the first time Wes has had allegations like this.
The third witness was the defendant's security guard, who told the victim to take accountability for her actions of wearing a shirt which exposed her breasts. So this asshole security guard is sitting there and telling her she shouldn't be going out to a basketball game showing her tits. What kind of world is this? When I have a girl and I'm with her, I want her to look as sexy as she can, so people look at me and be like, that's a lucky What's wrong with these assholes?
Wes Watson is a pile of dog shit that surrounds itself with flies. Everyone that associates with this guy and everyone he keeps in his circle is just as much of a scumbag as he is. So the security guard is now blaming her for Wes Watson brutalizing her. He's saying, well, you should have thought about what you were wearing to that basketball game. You brought this on yourself. What a fucking deplorable freak. This security guard here, by the way. How many times do you think he showed Wes Watson his asshole? Maybe that's part of the initiation process, and he feels like a strong brotherhood connection to Wes, that he has to suck his small cock at every opportunity. Like, it's unbelievable to me how anyone could witness what happened here. There are witnesses, he is one of them, and then say, like, well, Wes was in the right. You did wear clothing that Wes didn't really deem appropriate. So, did you think about how this is actually on you?
The defendant did not allow the victim to utilize her cell phone or to call anyone. The victim was forced by the defendant to tell her cousin she got the scratch on her cheek from derma peeling. Further, the defendant told her if the police were to have arrived at the residence, she needed to tell police she slipped on the rug at the residence. Throughout the altercation, the victim stated the defendant held her hostage and would not let her leave. The victim tried to leave the residence, but the defendant feared she would contact police, and due to being on parole, he could not allow it. The defendant continued to verbally abuse and yell at her. The defendant further stated, if I go to jail, something bad is going to happen to you, all your friends, and your family. The defendant further implied he would have girls jump the victim in order to ruin her reputation. The defendant further told the security guard, make sure she doesn't run, and had him stand by the door in an effort to keep the victim from leaving the residence.
This is called false imprisonment. This is another charge that he's facing as a result of this. As mentioned by John Bravo at the beginning, he is facing 5 new charges. These are very serious charges, and as you're hearing from this case here, extremely brutal ones. This is an absolute menace. Like, this is someone who should not be back into society at any point. Again, all of this is while he still has that assault case that's going on, which, in case you don't remember, was also extremely brutal. He ran over and soccer kicked a man who was already on his hands and knees hunched over. That could have killed him. And I believe his intent was to kill him right then and there. I bet he thought he was going to go over there with like a Mortal Kombat fatality, like he's kicking a fucking field goal on this guy's skull. Luckily, the guy didn't die, but I think it's pretty clear that Wes Watson has no problem with the idea of killing someone. And now he is beating this woman and threatening to kill her, and is now even having his security guard make sure she stays locked up here so that way she can't contact anyone. So that way he doesn't get in trouble while on parole. This is a complete madman who is out of control.
So that asshole security guard and Jose both took part in this shit. They should be getting charged too, those pieces of shit.
I completely agree. They should also be facing some charges, and I hope they're in the process of cooking that up. They're not just complicit in it. From what I'm gathering here, they were enthusiastic participants in all of this. Again, the security guard is even blaming the woman here for everything that's unfolding, so I bet that vile rat was jumping up and down celebrating when Wes gave him the task of making sure she stays locked up in there. I bet he was just sitting up there, giddy, just waiting for Wes to get home to give him a little kiss on the forehead, a little peck right there. A little good boy from Wes and a pat on his tush. Like these guys should also be facing charges.
While the victim was seated in a chair, he lifted the chair with such force, he dropped the victim on the floor. The incident of physical abuse lasted approximately 40 minutes, but led into the following day. 2 days of this hell? During this time, the victim was scared and afraid of the defendant. She believed he was capable of killing her, and then himself, as he said such to her. The victim stated the defendant does have firearms in the residence, but was unsure how many. And then they show here, wow, so it's listing all the different injuries she had. And like I said, I seen the ones on her face, but I didn't see all this shit. This mother, he's a monster. Look at this shit.
Wes Watson is a monster. He always has been. And yes, I make fun of him a lot, and I clown on him a lot. I call him the Gadoosh God because this guy was addicted to reading every single DM anyone ever sent him. He would get trolled all the time. The word gadoosh comes from a comment on Reddit that he was like really honing in on, saying like, they say I'm getting gadooshed. Ha! Me? Gadooshed? I think not. Like, I make fun of him for all of these things because it is like entertainingly embarrassing for this guy. But it is important to remember he is genuinely an evil worm, and he deserves to be in jail. He has done heinous shit. He beats women. He attacks anyone. He is unhinged, and he needs to be in jail. It lists numerous injuries that she suffered at the hands of Wes Watson's abuse. He beat her violently and then trapped her. He didn't want anyone to see any of her bruises or her cuts or anything, so then falsely imprisoned her in the residence and didn't allow her to contact anyone. There's also a section in here about how he would actually even impersonate her on her devices, saying like, oh, I'm okay, I'm just going to sleep, that kind of thing. It's genuinely evil. Like, this is someone that needs to be facing life in jail. 100%. So I wanted to give you the little Wes Watson update here. It is a very serious case, and I truly hope this is the last time Wes will be out in free society. He needs to be in the slammer. Anyway, that's really about it. Great coverage from John. Bravo on this whole case here. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. I know I've yapped a lot about Roblox, but oh well. I'm going to keep doing it. It's one of the biggest platforms on the planet that's used predominantly by children, and it has a huge glaring issue that every single human being with a functioning frontal lobe on the planet can recognize, except for the company itself. Predators. For years, there have been innumerable cases of pedophiles utilizing that platform to prey on children, and Roblox Corp itself just doesn't do enough. It's been a huge criticism shared by tons and tons of people. And the CEO, Dave Buzuki, is so out of touch that he always minimizes how big of a problem this is and instead will shift the focus to making Roblox a dating platform, which is so laughably tone deaf it would be comical if it wasn't so depraved and so degenerate. And that's not a joke. He is always talking and preaching the gospel about how he wants Roblox to be a dating platform, even in the midst of stories like what we're about to cover right now with kidnapping. Children being kidnapped from people they met through Roblox. There have been so many cases of predators using Roblox and going unpunished by Roblox, by the way. Some of these pedophiles that got arrested didn't even get banned on Roblox, by the way. It's just a huge issue that for some reason this company cannot recognize, and they just do not do enough to ensure the safety of the children that use their platform.
This Omaha native is in a Georgia jail tonight accused of abducting a pair of sisters.
Well, the young girls are home safe in Florida tonight. Deputies say a 19-year-old, Sarah Mulasse, met them on the online gaming platform Roblox.
How many times have you heard of stories just like this one? If you only had $1 for every time this happened, you'd be able to rival Dave Buzuki's multi-million-dollar salary. It is fucking disgusting how common this seems to be, and again, how hands-off Roblox seems to be with safety of its users. They don't really appear to do a whole lot, even though they oftentimes try to flex their new AI moderation tools and shit like that. It's clearly not working. The best they do is maybe get tung sahur to make a statement saying, hey, talking to strangers is bad. And they're like, well, we did all we could.
It started online. Martin County Sheriff John Butensiek telling us 2 young girls from Indiantown began talking with a man through the game Roblox.
From that gaming app, these girls were then moved from Roblox over to Snapchat.
This is the standard procedure here from the pedophile playbook. So in this case, Sarah Mulasse met the victims on Roblox and then got them to a different platform in order to chat further and groom them and then eventually kidnap them. Now, historically, Roblox likes to just put in this hard line in the sand well, off our platform, not our problem. Not on our plate, not anymore. Now you deal with that mess over there. Recent times, though, they've started to try and do a little bit more to stop that off-platform transition from happening from Roblox to Discord in a lot of cases. In this case, it was Snapchat. But again, they're clearly not doing enough, and I understand, and this is something I've said every time I've talked about this, that at Roblox's scale, where it's one of the biggest games in the world, millions and millions and millions of players every single day, I know how difficult it would be to moderate that and ensure this kind of thing is impossible to happen. I get that, but it just feels like safety isn't an actual priority of this company, and it oftentimes feels like they're at odds with people on the platform that try and police it themselves, notably with Schlep, where, I already talked about this, I won't just regurgitate the whole story, but there are people that actively try and get pedophiles arrested after, catching them on Roblox. And Roblox themselves has a huge problem calling them, vigilantes that they don't, sign off on, and would rather they work collaboratively with Roblox. But the thing is, when people do try to work collaboratively with Roblox to catch bad people like this, Roblox does not give them the tools, the access, or the support in order to help them with those investigations or help them, they don't actually take in the information to do anything on their own, which is why people like Schlep or others that catch predators on Roblox take matters into their own hands. Or even local law enforcement at times have stepped in and arrested these predators way before Roblox does. It just seems like Roblox isn't taking the issue seriously. It doesn't feel like they view it as this huge problem that it actually is.
Soon, gifts like food began showing up at the home.
All these things I just mentioned were indicative of what we believe to be a grooming process that the suspect was doing with these young girls.
The sheriff says her Mulasse was the man on the other side of the phone, but that changed on Saturday.
Our suspect left Omaha, Nebraska, and drove straight through, we believe, to Indiantown, arriving January 31st, Saturday.
This revolting freak drove 23 straight hours to kidnap these children. So apparently they had been communicating for a little while. He was even sending food to their house, apparently. I guess he was just ordering them Domino's or something, fucking box of chocolates, whatever. Then it eventually culminated with him making that 23-hour drive down there I guess he was probably practicing in some Roblox driving simulators or something to endure the long, straight shot. So he got there, kidnapped these children, and drove off.
Soon came a 911 call from the family of the 12 and 15-year-old sisters. They were missing.
We were dealing with a type of abduction. I know these girls went willingly, but their age suggested that they had been taken and were probably being removed from our area.
Yes, it is still kidnapping, even if the victims went willingly. They are children. This was an adult that came there, picked them up, and took them away from their parents. That is a textbook case of kidnapping.
Several hours later, and officials in Georgia spotted the suspect's vehicle on I-75, finding the girls safely inside.
These are young, impressionable girls who might have thought this would just be something fun to do. But again, we're dealing with a grown man that drove all the way from another state, an individual they never met in person, picked them up, and we really don't know what he was going to do.
He's exactly right. This is a very scary situation here, and unfortunately one that seems to be not super unusual when it comes to this platform. Roblox has had many cases like this, and luckily they were able to find the vehicle and save the kids from this predator here, because who knows what could have happened, but it wouldn't have been good. This is fucking terrifying. It's every parent's worst nightmare, and it's something that has been happening on a platform, Roblox, which is told parents for years that it's a really safe place for their kids to be, but that's just not the reality of it.
KATV reached out to Roblox. The company says it's investigating this incident and will continue to strengthen protections to keep users safe.
Hollow words, same song and dance Roblox always says when something like this happens. Dave Bazooki notably hasn't made a statement because he's probably too busy trying to figure out a way of weaseling in a prediction market to Roblox to keep kids fucking gambling on there. Which is, by the way, is something he actually teased on a little segment where someone jokingly brought up prediction markets, and he's like, well, actually, that's a really good idea. So maybe that's Dave Bazooki's next priority, aside from making it a dating platform. Anyway, though, fact of the matter is, this keeps happening with Roblox, and it's fucking sickening. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. So, yeah. Yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time. I am lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just like shooting the shit with me for a little bit, and he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was I, butterflies in my tummy, even my technology, I think, was nervous meeting Aaron Paul. Because my mic, for some reason, set itself to like half power. So it actually is kind of hard to hear me. And I sound really, really shy and like quiet and timid. Because for some reason, my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get that out of the way at the top of this video here, because it does sound like I'm doing like a little bit of ASMR sometimes here in this conversation. But trust me, I was bold and assertive with my intonation and everything. So it's just the mic kind of let me down a little bit on the recording. Now, to be clear, while we are in Dispatch together, this is not like a PR push for Dispatch or anything, but it is something we talked about because we're just both very hyped to be a part of the project. But I want to make it clear this is not a sponsored video or anything. I don't want that shit to get twisted. This is truly just, it was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing here for me, where because we worked on this together, we were able to at least ask if he'd be interested in, talking to a fucking Cro-Magnon goober like me. And he was nice enough to take some time to sit down and entertain some really dumbass questions from me here. So now my plan was to let this, fucking rip here raw, no rubber condom off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
No, man, it's an honor for me, brother. This is huge for me.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's huge for me too. I've become such a massive fan of yours.
Really? No,
Yeah,
that's
over
fucking
over through
awesome.
this whole process, and Pierre was just singing your praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good PR he gave me.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure, bud.
Just kind of wanted to shoot this shit, man. I'm not like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted to
Yeah,
meet you and talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me all right? Is that all right?
Oh yeah, no, you look amazing.
Okay,
You sound great. This is perfect.
great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right,
How about
love
you?
it. We met my family and I actually we live in Paris now, and so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah, kids are learning French.
Exciting. How long have you been in
Yeah,
Paris, France now?
we've been here for a few months,
Oh, okay, so this is
so not
fresh.
long. Yeah, it's a very fresh move. All right, let's hear it. What's up? Are we beginning? Are we in this?
Oh yeah, no, we're going in. We're
Oh,
doing it
let's go,
live.
baby. Hey, are we live right now?
Well, just kind of, just recording
Kind
it.
of. Okay, great. And then you're gonna do what you do. I love it. Well, first let me start this off. Congratulations on everything.
Hey man, thank you so much. You as
Yeah.
well, brother.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. It's just really cool to see people do what they love, just really at the highest level in their own field. You know what I mean? And so, bravo, man.
That
Truly.
means a lot. And I truly just feel like I got lucky. I got blessed. Started it when I was like 11, and things just kind of fell into place really in a unbelievably fortuitous way that I could have never
Wow,
predicted.
you started at 11.
Yes, sir. 11 years
No
old.
way. That is just so amazing.
It wasn't a super noble start. I was grabbing a bunch of other people's videos and re-uploading them. I mean, it was some gnarly shit I was posting back then.
That's great. Hey, we all start somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, I mean, Price is Right.
Oh, let's go.
The classics, the absolute
Let's go.
classic.
The class, the price is right. I got to tell you, this was during a time where I actually really needed money, right? I was doing at that time, I was doing commercials, and actually when the price is right aired, I had two commercials of mine aired during the commercial breaks randomly during my particular episode. And, but I was desperate to win, right? And I showed up in line and I had a big gulp from 7-Eleven filled with Red Bull. And so you could see that I looked like I was on drugs on the show because I could not sit still. It was because of the Red Bull. But yeah, that's my story.
Hey yo, coming in like a little jump scare here. This was one of the sections where my mic fully cut out, which my response is now muted, which also muted a bit of the overall audio as well. So instead, I will just tell you that I thought it was very cool. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the infamous Aaron Paul on Price is Right clip. It's a really fun clip to watch. As he's mentioning, he looks wired. He is expressing enthusiasm that you probably wouldn't see me express if I witnessed the birth of my first child. Like, I don't know if I'm able to convey that level of enthusiasm. It looked like he won the fucking Super Bowl on The Price is Right. Super hype. So here, I got a wacky one for you. Aliens. I
Yeah.
want to dive right in. How do you feel about
Oh,
aliens?
I mean, I'm all in on the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what do you
I
think?
mean, are you not?
Oh, I super am. Me and my
Okay.
dad, we get into arguments all the time because my dad, big time firm believer, he thinks aliens built the pyramids. He's all in on
Okay,
Puka
yeah.
Punku.
I mean, look, I think it's pretty ignorant to think that aliens don't exist.
Absolutely. Do you think they visited us though?
I'm not sure. You know what? I actually think maybe there are other species on the planet that we just simply don't know about that are far smarter than we could ever imagine. You know what I mean? There's new
Get that?
things that are being discovered constantly, that have been here forever. I mean, far before humans. And so, I mean, if you look at like microorganisms, for example, that was just recently discovered, in comparison of humanity, but and they're everywhere.
Oh
You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Especially
Yeah.
like in the ocean, you got like some fucking nightmarish creatures
There's
in
there's some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, look at the movie The Abyss.
there.
I
Yeah.
mean that's the storyline. That's kind of what I maybe believe. Maybe there are super intellectual species that live deep, deep, deep in our waters, but who knows?
What do you think they built the pyramids?
Maybe, man. I mean, the pyramids. The fact that the pyramids were just built for it feels like they weren't tombs, right? They were just built for a purpose. Like there's something going on,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, my
What
dad.
what what is that purpose?
That's what
You tell me.
according to my father, who I think
Yeah.
preeminent expert on everything extraterrestrial. This guy, I swear, if there are aliens coming, they'll contact him first.
I love it.
He likes to say the pyramids he believes were used since they're lined up with the Orion's belt, like perfectly
Right.
within centimeters or something. He believes it was some kind of like communication device that the aliens gave humans the blueprints for to talk to them or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty surreal. There's
It is.
there's some incredible things out there for sure.
Yeah. Now, kind of piggybacking off that, how about ghosts? What do you think of ghosts?
Oh, ghosts, man. You know what? I don't know. I think our minds sort of play tricks on us, maybe. Um but the thing is, I don't know. So I'm open to it all.
Yeah.
I always say you know what you know until you know something else, right? And so
Yeah, so I'm a big time Scrooge when it comes to the paranormal. I bah humbug it. But like you, I like to be
I
very open.
see I like to be open, but I think I'm right on your level, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think our minds can easily play tricks on us, and we tend to, if we believe in that, we tend to just really lean in. But
I've been doing a lot of ghost hunts recently to prove myself wrong because I think it'd be really fucking hype if
I love ghost stories. I love
yeah.
like films with said ghosts. But yeah.
It's fun, man. Nothing's happened so far, but if I ever have a paranormal experience where I'm levitating and
Will you call me?
ectoplasming, oh, for sure. Oh
Okay,
my
good.
god, yeah.
Okay, I hope so. I hope so.
I hope it's something truly horrifying, like I end up in a mangled corpse or something because a ghost just annihilates me. It'd be incredible.
You're like, you never believed in me, and they're just coming after you.
And now here's one of the instances I briefly mentioned at the start of the video here where this whole section is a bit fucky because my mic wasn't picking up some of the audio, which ended up muting some of the audio just on the recording itself. So I'll just go ahead and intro what this topic here was that it kind of bounced to. Aaron Paul was mentioning about how excited he was about the response to Dispatch. So then we started talking a bit about Dispatch for a minute.
Just really excited that the world has really responded to what you and I and the rest of the team have put so much love into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
And I mean, for me, it took 2 years. I don't know how long it took you to, finally from start to finish, but it took a long time for me.
Yeah, no,
And
it wasn't short.
yeah, it wasn't short. And I mean, I just got approached by a guy. I was picking up smash burgers last night just down the road, and he came in from outside and he approached me and said, "Hey, Mr. Paul, it's just so nice to meet you. I just want to thank you so much for doing Dispatch." It was just, I've been getting approached from so many people on the streets about this game, and I just love that it really resonates with people. So
You're the heart and soul of Dispatch, though, man. Dispatch does not hit as hard if it's not Aaron Paul as Robert Robertson, man. I'm telling you, you are like the catalyst to why that game is so good. Your performance is incredible. And I'm just lucky to be a part of it, man. The whole team crushed it. The writing is amazing. Animation's amazing.
Isn't it true? I think it's really special, and this is why I leaned in. It was sent to me. I've been asked to do games in the past, and I've really wanted to jump into the gaming world just because I love gamers, and I love how it kind of just unites people, and my brother is a gamer through and through every day of his life. He's in the game world, and most of his friends are people that he's met through gaming. You know, he's never met them in, you know, most of them in person, but it's just scattered throughout the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to see how it really brings people together. I mean, this is your world, right? And it's really cool. It's really cool to see, and I'm very proud to finally, you know, sort of be a part of it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It is a special game. Like, I think there's very few games that have this kind of passion that is clearly coming through in the. I think they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, we're spoiled, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Yeah.
only downhill from here for me. Like this, I'm never getting another role like
All right,
this.
well, we can hold hands as we are falling down. It's all right. We have each other. It's fine.
Exactly. That's all we need at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So I guess kind of speaking on the acting side of things, I have a
Yeah.
bit of a big guilty pleasure, and I'm curious if you've got something similar. I love like horrible movies, like really bad movies. I
Yeah.
love it.
You do.
Yeah. Are you kind of in the same boat at all? Do you ever watch anything that's like so
I
bad
mean,
it's good?
Man, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't know if I'm in the same boat. Like, can you give me an example of something that is so bad that it's good? Are you talking like Sharknado?
Yeah,
Is that sort of the vibe?
It's kind of in the vibe, but
And nothing against Sharknado or the people behind Sharknado.
Right.
You know, congratulations. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I lean into, and you know, like the old school like Adam Sandler type humor. I mean, I think he's so brilliant, but a lot of the humor is very dumb humor, right? And which is great, but I don't think that's in the category of, because I think his movies are perfect. You know what I mean? So give me an example of very bad. What movies do you consider very bad but you're in love with?
So I think the classic go-to for most people is like Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but I've got a bit of a pinky up pretentious pick here from a few years ago called Moonfall. Have you ever heard of Moonfall?
No.
It is a beautiful disaster about the moon falling out of orbit and about to destroy the world.
Oh wow.
And it is fascinating. Like I don't want to spoil too much, but it goes in directions you would never ever possibly expect with the most
That's so interesting, because I always thought, you know what, that would be a great concept of a movie. There's always movies about asteroids coming to Earth and destroying Earth.
Right.
But what if an asteroid came to the moon and really just annihilated it? What would how would that affect Earth? So is that kind of similar to what?
It's similar to that, but if you were like overdosing while writing it, like it is insane. Like in all the right ways, it is insane, which makes it so fun.
That is great. Okay, I'll check it out. Have you seen? First of all, are you up to date on? Do you watch The Studio? Do you watch that show?
Oh no! I've been meaning to catch up on.
All right. Well, there's a great movie that Seth Rogen, he's a big studio head, and they're trying to create this movie about a zombie apocalypse that's sort of spread through diarrhea, and but there's a movie that was made forever ago. Maybe they got inspired by this movie for the show, but it's a film called Zombie Ass.
Zombie Ass, huh?
Zombie Ass, and it's just all about that. It's about a zombie apocalypse that happens all through your bowel movements. So when you have a moment, check out the trailer for Zombie Ass.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. I never watched the movie, but I saw this trailer 20 years ago, and it's something that has stuck with me my entire life.
All right, I'll have to give you my letterboxd review on that. Maybe I'll be a big zombie ass.
Yeah, you might. It might fall into that category perfectly for you. But I actually loved the trailer. It's just so far down I mean, it is just so terrible. But you can't look away. You know what I mean?
That's the best feeling right there. That's what I look for.
Yeah, I love it.
What else what are you into right now? Like what's been like your big go to, whether it's for like entertainment or maybe just like a new hobby you found yourself diving in on?
Oh man. Well, I'm obsessed with running. I never used to be like an active person. I used to hate running, to be honest. This isn't really a very exciting answer. I'm just trying to think of something that I'm really obsessed with. But it's something I have to do every day. It's one of those things. It took me a minute to get addicted to it, but now I just love it, you know. But yeah, it's not all that exciting. Out here, I'm trying my hardest with French. I guess that's like a new hobby. My kids are far better than I am. I mean, they're in a fully immersive school. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old, girl, boy. But yeah, what else? Not, it's not. I mean, I love movies. I try to watch a movie. I try to do it every night, if I can. But yeah. What about you?
Oh man, just kind of same old shit over here. I've been learning magic tricks. I mean, I guess that's a new
No,
one.
do you have one? Can you show me one?
Oh, I don't. Oh boy, I don't know if you.
Oh, can you show me one?
Oh, all right. Since you're asking so nicely, give me 1 second. Let me get my deck of cards real quick.
Okay, okay. I have a story about a magic trick that because I know maybe two like card tricks
Mhm.
that were shown to me by my grandfather when I was a young boy. And I remember when I booked a Mission Impossible movie that or J.J. Abrams was directing. And I remember when I met with J.J., my friend did Lost with J.J. and she told me J.J.'s obsessed with magic, so
Oh,
bring up
huge.
magic when you meet him. I go, I will. And so I brought up magic my first day on set of Mission Impossible, and I had not met Tom Cruise yet. And I'm talking to JJ. I go, "Hey, so you're into magic?" And he's like, "Oh my god!" He goes, "Wait, do you know magic?" I go, "Oh, well, I started backpedaling. I go, "Oh, yeah, I know maybe a couple tricks." He's like, "You got to show me. Like soon, you got to show me." I'm like, "Okay, yeah." So I was like, "Oh my god, what am I gonna do?" Anyways, Tom Cruise comes walking onto set with JJ, and the first thing out of JJ's mouth when he introduces me to Tom, he goes, "Aaron's a magician." I'm like, "Oh no, 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 no!" And this is in front of the entire crew, and they have a deck of cards to give to me. He's like, "Come on, show Tom a trick." I was like, "Oh no, this is not happening." And the first time I try the trick on Tom, it fails miserably. But in
No.
classic Tom Cruise fashion, he just shakes my hand and kind of laughs, and he's like, "No, no, do it again, do it again." I was like, "Oh no!" And so I just pull out like such a child magic trick that it's just such a no brainer, and I just do this kid's trick to Tom Cruise, and it worked, but it's just so lame. But he was just so sweet about it. Anyways, that's all I got.
That's
But
awesome though.
isn't that such a funny and also kind of sad story?
No, nothing sad about it. I think that's special. And now he'll always remember you as the magician that blew his mind.
Okay, all right. Well, what sort of magic you into?
So when I was a kid, I used to love magic. I used to buy like the DVDs for like illusionists to do all like the flourishes and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
And we were filming a video last week where we brought in a magician just for some fun. And I've just got the fucking bug again. So me and a couple of friends have been learning so many magic
I
tricks.
love it. That's great.
It's fun. It's so fun.
It is so fun. It is so fun. I love creating magical worlds for my kids. So
Mhm.
I'm very much on that same page,
Yeah.
and so I should really learn. I should learn more
Yeah.
to like fascinate them because I'm really into it as well. So
I can teach you a couple of them that I've I've dusted off the knowledge on.
okay, what, I was just in New York. I was in New York twice over the last 2 weeks, and each time I went to this this beautiful thing called Speakeasy Magic, and it's the theme of the bar is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining, but then you are told to go through this sort of like secret passage. I don't want to give anything away, but I recommend whoever's watching, if you happen to go to New York, go to Speakeasy Magic. It is the greatest magic show I think I've ever seen. It's just like brilliant magicians come to your little table, just like in rotation, and they just constantly show you close-up magic.
So cool.
But it's the greatest close-up magic you've ever seen.
That's
so
exciting.
yeah, that's cool. So I don't want to put you on the spot. I feel like I'm being J.J. Abrams right now, demanding that you do a trick.
No.
But yeah, have you done some tricks on your?
We did when the magicians came. It was in order to do street magic. So
Yeah.
the idea was they'd show me tricks, blow my mind, and then I would then learn a trick or two to do street magic in Tampa to see if I could.
Great.
Yep, see if I could impress anybody. So I did do a few tricks, and I got to tell you, those people will never be the same after what I did to them out there.
Well, remember when David Blaine's special came out, Street Magic?
Oh yeah,
Back in the day. I remember DiCaprio was a part of it randomly.
He did all the cool shit, sticking the ice pick into his hand.
Dude, I pulled an ice pick out of David Blaine's hand in a hotel room in Comic-Con in San Diego. Yeah, I still have that ice pick.
That's awesome. Was that in the special, or was that just for fun?
No, no, it was in the special. It
Oh,
was in the
nice.
special. But yeah, but it's legit. I mean, he just does it. He just kind of goes through, pain hypnosis and just leans in. Okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna blow all of our minds right now. I know it.
I can do a little one real quick. Let me just grab this deck of cards. It's not
Okay.
Temper your expectations. I don't think I'm gonna have you over there like prolapsing in disbelief or anything. I think it'll be pretty standard, but I'll see what I can do. I'll give you just one second.
Okay, let's do it. I love it. I'm very excited about what's to happen. I think all of you are. It's gonna be great. He's gonna blow our minds. Where is he going? What is he doing? Is he setting up the deck right now? Is that what's happening? Okay, let's see. The anticipation is killing me.
See if I can pull a little something off here.
All right, I'm watching.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one. So here, I'd fan out the cards. I'd say, all right, Aaron, Paul, J.J. Abrams here. Pick a card. Oh, here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pick that. So I pull it. Yeah, that one looks great. Yeah,
Okay, that's a good pick. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So then, what I'd have you do?
Yeah.
You'd have your card. You lock that in. I'd flip over so everything's face up. You'd put the face down card in the face up deck. Where it doesn't matter where.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to see what your card would be, right? Because everything's face up, it's face down. So then what I'd do, I'd fuck it up and I'd say, like, don't want to make a magician's jump too easy here because I can clearly see what your card is. So you'd flip face up, face down, face up, face down. So now we can agree it's all mixed up. We've got face down cards and face up positions. Everything's all weird and cattywampus. Then I'd ask you, well, what's a magic word? What's your favorite word?
I mean, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Right?
Just like that. The whole deck is face up.
Wait.
Except, what's that little guy doing there?
Whoa. Okay. That is very... Is that my card?
I don't know. Is it your card?
Oh, wow. There you go, buddy. Okay. That's very impressive. Come on.
Do you think I'd get a Mission Impossible role for that?
That's very, very impressive. That is so far superior to the one that I attempted to do. Wow.
Thank
you. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
The people in the streets of Tampa couldn't get enough of that when they were trying to burn me at the stake for it.
That's great, man. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
How long have you been growing out that hair of yours? Beautiful hair.
Thank you. 2018, and I did it out
You're
of spite.
good. You know what? Doing stuff out of spite is the best.
It is, right? It just feels
Yeah,
so good.
yeah. It's very spiteful of you, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. So okay, what out of spite because you just wanted to rub it in everyone's face?
No, so like I had just not gotten a haircut in a little while. I guess I just got real lazy, fucking full. And
Yeah.
people online were like, "Man, you look like shit. Cut your hair." So I said, "Okay, you know what? Hold my wiener. I'm not cutting my hair ever again." Actually, so I just never cut it.
Excuse me, hold my wiener just for a moment, and then you just let it go. Good for you.
Exactly. That's exactly
That's
right.
great. And then now you're rocking it.
Yep. And now I just actually really like it.
So are you gonna keep it going forever?
Uh, Probably, barring some kind of catastrophic change in life circumstances, or if
Right.
J.J.
You're
Abrams
just
contacts me for Mission
okay.
Impossible and needs a
Yeah.
man. Like I
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of your interviews. Like I've been a huge fan of yours for a super long time. Breaking Bad is literally my favorite show ever. I think it is perfect.
Oh,
Like, across
thanks,
the board.
man.
So I pay attention, and I know that you're not like a big technology guy. And here again, this whole segment here had my mic cutting in and out, which was like muting the recording audio. So it almost seems like I'm saying like a slur or something here because the audio like censors me as I'm asking him this question. But what I was asking him was about his relationship with technology, because I have followed Aaron Paul for a long time. I have seen a lot of his interviews, and he's mentioned like once or twice that he personally doesn't indulge in a lot of the technology that we have glued to our asshole every second of every day, with all of these modern conveniences where most of us spend the vast majority of our times behind screens, or our days are based around a lot of these things, and always being online with unlimited access. Aaron Paul has stated like once or twice in the past that he doesn't subscribe to that. And there was even some articles I read a while ago where they were speculating to what extent, and they made it sound like he was living in a van down by the river, isolated from Wi-Fi signals with no electricity and no running water, and that's clearly not the case at all. So I wanted to just ask and figure out like what actually is his relationship with technology, because I think it is a very admirable decision to not be, perpetually consumed by, technology every second of every day, where you're like hypnotized by it and scratching at your neck if you can't check your phone or something.
Yeah, I just maybe I have a pretty addictive personality, and I used to own a computer. I've had two computers, two laptops, and they both got stolen. One got stolen out of my car, and one got stolen out of my place in Albuquerque when I was shooting Breaking Bad, and each time it felt like my world was just so invasive, and I it's like I'm not going to get a computer again for a while, and I realized when I let go of my computer how much more time I had in my personal life. I found myself being outside more. I found myself just doing other activities outside of just sort of surfing the web, and then same thing. Like I used to smoke back in the day. I quit like 20 years ago, and the moment I quit, I realized again how much more time I had, and so once I mean, look, I'm talking on my iPhone right now, right? I still have a smartphone, but I try to use I just swap out my SIM card. I have another phone I use called the Light phone, and I just love it. I feel lighter when I go out into the world. I stopped getting the sort of like the phantom vibrating phone in my pocket. That stopped. I stopped just like doom scrolling. I just felt healthier. You know what I mean? For me. But yeah, I encourage people to. I'm not anti-technology by any means, but I think it's important for people to control themselves. They should control the technology versus, technology kind of controlling them, which I think in a lot of cases is the case.
Absolutely. So like I was going to mention, I actually made like a pretty big disconnect from the online world. Like like you, I
Yeah.
was very much every day doom scrolling constantly. A year ago, kind of just cold turkey tried to reduce that as much as. Then of course the audio goes once again to the back rooms here. I don't know why this was happening. My guess is that on the call, my mic was being prioritized by the call, which then lowered it for like the OBS recording. Because on the call, I could see the levels were great. I didn't check the OBS levels, but it's clear it wasn't really good on OBS. But anyway, what I was saying there is that I definitely understand that perspective because I recently, over the last year, have made much more of an effort to disconnect from a lot of like the online stuff every second of every day. And unsurprisingly, it does feel better. I think pretty much anyone who like reduces the amount of time they spend online will probably tell you, preach the gospel, that they do feel better for it. And something I've been pretty outspoken with for a long time now, even before like, taking more time away from like perpetual internet shit, is that everyone kind of retreats inside now because a lot of technology is wanting you to do that because you are much more profitable when you are inside fucking hooked on their product like a child latched onto their mother's teat. When you are suckling from things like, AI, if you're using AI as your best friend to constantly be chatting to them or whatever, and only talking to people through the internet, you're not making like powerful connections. Like, yeah, of course you can connect to people and it's great for that, but you miss out on so much of like a social experience of life by not being out in the real world for meaningful periods of time. And I think that is just so important, and it's why we're seeing so many people being less and less happy. And I talk about this on stream. This isn't a new thing for me. This is something I yap about quite a bit. I think one of the most important things you can do for your own mental health and well-being, and also just to get better at the socializing with humans, is to actually go out and meet humans, to be in the real world as opposed to constantly online. I don't think it's any surprise that people feel more alone now than ever because people are inside now more than ever. Like, it's not the biggest mystery in the world. So I think that Aaron Paul's decision here and the way he explains it makes a lot of sense to me, where he's reduced the amount of technology that he consumes in his day-to-day life. It's not zero, so he still does, of course, have plenty of modern conveniences. He's just not constantly inundated with them. So I do think that makes sense. Hearing that he didn't have a computer is very interesting, though. That one, that would be very tough for me to to live my life without at least having a computer. Even outside of like just being able to see what's going on in the world, not being able to play games. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. That's a fate worse than death. Imagine a world no games.
I mean, I don't think we're meant to have all of this information. Well, I know we're not meant to have all this information. Like, we're not supposed to be drowning in information. You know what I mean?
And not only that, we're not supposed to be like as available all the time, connected to every human being on the planet.
No. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hey man, I mean, I'm such a big advocate of this phone. It's called the Light phone. I would love to send you one.
Sure.
You would love it, and I think it's just important for people to know that there's other options out there. I mean, smartphones were built, they were designed really to become addictive. And it's become a drug in a way, and it's just a drug that's fully acceptable globally. And I just feel like I built a cabin in the mountains of Idaho. I grew up in Idaho. I love that state. But when I built it, I really wanted people to come and disconnect. And so I have a hidden Wi-Fi. So like when you look, because there's zero service there, when you look for Wi-Fi, nothing even shows up. A network doesn't even show up. And so people will ask, like, well, what's your Wi-Fi? And I just say, we don't have one. And first they panic,
Yeah.
I go, look, if you need to get work done, there's a lodge with a great space. You can get work done. It's a mile up the road. You can get there in 4 minutes. And but the way people change in literally just a day, they become a different person.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so I can't recommend it enough. I'm gonna send you a phone.
I'd love to show you the farm around here. We're gonna work on getting a lot of cool shit going. Like, I mean, you have the alcohol, and something that kind of inspired us for is we want to do like our
Yeah.
little vineyard at the farm.
Okay.
Not as
Great.
like a business or anything, just for like some fun. But if we ever start making some high quality wine, I'll send you some of that.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm all about that, man. Working with your hands, growing stuff yourself. After our so we're doing a year abroad here in Paris, and then we're actually moving. We have a farm in the countryside in California, about an hour and a half outside of LA. We've had it for about 5 years. It's an old walnut farm. But we have a very small vineyard. It's a blend. It's a 70-30 split of red grapes, and but the thing is, it's all dry farming. We do. This is the first year that we're actually going to finally harvest the grapes. But we have 300 separate vines, and each vine usually produces, apparently, from what I hear, produces about a one bottle. So we'll get roughly 300 bottles.
That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah. So when that's done, I'll send you some as well.
Brother, I'm excited for this care package. You're like Santa Claus right now. On this call for me. This is awesome.
I do what I can. You know what I mean? But I hope it's good. I'll send you some walnuts, send you some wine, send you some phones. It's great. What more do you need? Well, I'm excited for you to try the company that Brian and I started. It's a labor of love. We've never taken a salary. We've only hemorrhaged money into the company. We're very proud to say that we've hired all of our employees personally. But when we were launching this thing, we were in Florida all the time, all over Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Rocco's Tacos, legendary. Love Rocco. That was one of our first accounts out in Florida, and we served drinks there many times. But yeah, I'll set you up.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Full disclosure, I hadn't watched this recording back until right now as I'm editing it. It's always hard for you to know like how my editing process goes, I suppose. But I basically just edit things. I do it live. Fuck it, do it live type shit. And as I am editing this, it seems like every single time I am talking towards the end of the call here, my mic is just sucking the fattest farts right now. It is cutting out pretty much every time I talk, and I can't even like leave in the tiddlywinks because it's actually just silence, mainly on my end. So now it's like not muting all of the audio. Now it's mainly me sprinkled in here with muting sometimes the whole call. I don't know what happened. And it really sucks because now it makes it hard to just showcase the whole conversation. So now I'm going to need to like explain how we got to this topic that Aaron and I are discussing. And it's like I have to fucking ADR it because now my section of it's not in there, which not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose, because let's be honest, you're not here to listen to me yap. You want to hear from Aaron Paul. But even still, it's weird because now I have to break up the conversation because my mic was not cooperating. Or I guess maybe it's not even really the mic's fault. I should have probably just checked the OBS settings, but man. Anyway, though, we were drifting into talking about things that we are doing currently that we're passionate about, like projects. And he was talking about what him and Bryan Cranston have been doing together, like Dos Hombres, which is the alcohol that they do together. And I don't know, it's just really wholesome listening to him talk about how much he enjoys this process and how much it means to him.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're super proud of it. It's our baby. We traveled down to Oaxaca in search of it personally, and we made a pact. Like, look, if we don't find something that we both truly love, there's no reason to bring it out into the world. If one person loves it and the other, is not a fan. There's no reason. And so it took us a minute to find it, but we finally did. And we're incredibly proud of the company that we've built, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You guys have crushed it, man. And like you said, if it's not something that you are passionate about, if it's not perfect, what's the like you
exactly?
It's something that you want to do out of the love of doing. I think that shows pretty much in everything you do, by the way. Like everything.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Everything I've ever seen from you, it always feels like, oh, Aaron Paul's doing this not for like a paycheck or something. He's like all in on this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't made any money off of that. And same, I actually just started, not just, I've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've been on the market for almost a year. I started a fine food group randomly with a buddy of mine who's a world-class chef. but we wanted to bring out humane, sustainable products that, companies and customers can trust. It's called the Only Fine Food Group. And so once I have a bunch of stuff to share with you, I'm going to send you a big gift basket. I'm going to wrap the bow myself. I might just hand deliver it to you.
Would love that.
But yeah. It's good, man. It's just fun to find stuff that you are passionate about, whatever that may be, and just lean into it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think every single person on the planet has ideas, right? It's just all about following through with those ideas and just kind of marching forward, and don't let anyone get you down,
Absolutely, man. I think that's a very inspirational thing here too for those people that have ideas and don't know how to start or don't have the
Right.
motivation. Big thing, man, is you just gotta fucking rip it. You just gotta send it.
You just got to rip it, baby. I love it. You got to send it. Exactly right. And also throw a bunch of shit on the wall. See what sticks,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's so many options now. Like,
Yeah.
while there is like an over reliance on technology, a lot of what's happened as a result is a big barrier to a lot of things has gotten smaller.
Right.
So like
Right.
now is a great time to start for things that you're passionate about, because you can find unlimited resources on like what you need to procure it or where you need to
Right.
start, which is just great. Like I think it's just
Yeah. See, that's one of the things that I actually love about AI. I actually really do not like AI at all. I think it's very dangerous, but there's some elements of AI that I can get behind. I can really get behind some elements of it. But one of those is advice. There's some great advice on how to build companies. What are the first steps, right? There's also a great book called 0 to 1. Some great books of learning how to really, what is the first step? And so, yeah. I love this conversation you and I are having. We're just so all over the place, from aliens to pyramids to business to magic. I think it's great. I hope it works out.
Well, I personally think it worked out really well. I very much enjoyed this conversation. It is unfortunate that I fucked up the recording in such a big way, though. And I know there's a bit of a meme with me being inept when it comes to technology, but come on. Like, I feel like I'm somewhat blameless here. Like, how was I supposed to expect my mic to set its audio to only be communicative with whales? Like, I didn't expect it to just start, like, muting itself with, like, no, like, actual decibels or anything. Like, it was fine on the call, but the OBS audio, for some reason, was just set super low and just ended up muting and nuking a lot of the content. So, my response to this is not even audible, by the way, so that's pretty cool. But, yeah, it was a very fun conversation where I am not an interviewer. I have never really done formal interviews or anything like that, but I love to have conversations with people. And I really appreciated how willing Aaron Paul was just to go all over the place with me here. Like, there was no through line or anything with our conversation. It was truly just shooting the shit, which is something I really like to do. It's something that's a staple on my streams where we just shoot the shit. And I really enjoy just that whole type of vibe. And it was a lot of fun to talk about just a bunch of things with Aaron Paul. So I completely share the sentiment. I loved the conversation. We did also talk a little bit more about Dispatch because we are both still pretty giddy over just how good the game has turned out to be and how much people seem to like it. But I want to make it clear again, this is not a sponsor or anything at all. Again, we are just all over the place just talking about things that we like. And like that, again, has just been a topic that we wanted to talk about together. So it is here.
I hope that you and I get to do multiple seasons of this game.
Me too.
I love talking about people that you want to cheer for. The team behind Dispatch are just all so great, so passionate about what they do. The love and the care they put into these stories is truly blinding, and is what really resonated with me when I first got the scripts that were sent my way. I mean, it was a stack of 8 scripts, thick scripts, right? It was a daunting thing to kind of take on when it was offered to me. But I read sort of the clip notes of it. I saw a little teaser trailer and then a beautiful scene that was already animated. And I was like, wow, this game is really different, and I love the rollout. I miss that because it gives you the sort of the water cooler talk at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, right, of the particular episodes or the that you completed. It's like when Breaking Bad came out,
Right.
it aired Sunday nights, right? So people would get together, at work on Monday and just, talk about what they just witnessed. It's very cool. So I hope we get to go, I hope we get to do more.
Me too, man. I'm super excited about doing. I mean, I'm sure you've seen. It's fucking crushing it, man. 1 million
Dude,
copies
it's crazy.
in
How
days. Oh,
how does that make you feel? Are you excited?
oh yeah, man. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably familiar with me in the Hunger Games, Mockingjay Part 1, but I
Of
mean,
course. I mean, everybody, honestly, people in Paris still talk about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you made a serious impression globally. So
I was snubbed at the Oscars that year, but
I know. I'm honestly still pretty pissed.
I don't think about it much anymore. But like aside
Yeah.
from that, this is like the first like real role I've had. So for it to be a banger like this is crazy.
I just love to be part of the team. It's very, very cool. And I love your enthusiasm. Watched your videos and you're like, your whole thing is like, I just hope I don't suck ass. And you certainly don't, man. You certainly don't. It's very cool. The unfortunate thing with doing this is it just takes so much time to do it. So it's hard to get people together to kind of really work off of each other, right? But luckily we were able to, in our cans, like in the sound booth, we could hear sometimes, the other performances. But it was cool, man. It was a fun ride. I'm excited for people. I'm not sure where it's. I know the last run of episodes was like a pretty serious cliffhanger. I'm sure when this comes out, maybe all of them will have aired. I'm not sure. But
Yeah, I can post this whenever. The finale is on Wednesday, so
oh, great.
I've been streaming it. Like I'm super invested in it. I think it is an extremely, extremely compelling story that I can't wait to see how they wrap up. Because I don't know. Like I have no idea.
Oh,
where it
you
goes.
don't know?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So was it the last set of was it a pretty serious cliffhanger?
Yeah. It was with Chase.
Yeah. So you don't know what happens to Chase yet?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Sonar's lines
Yeah.
are, I'm doing coke looking at boobs. I don't know what happened.
That's so great. Sonar's great. Yeah, you're gonna I'm interested to see what people feel of the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
It really is, man. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me, man. Like I know probably like a little odd talking to a goober like this over a call like
Oh,
this, but it means
please.
a lot.
No, honestly, I gotta say it's very refreshing. I love your whole vibe. I love what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for you, and I couldn't be happier about being a part of, one of your things. It's great. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. Like again, it's a huge honor. Like truly, I've had to like do my best to sit in this chair without like jumping up and enjoy this. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, man. I'm looking
All right,
forward
buddy.
to hopefully talking again.
Yeah, for sure. Would love that. And next time I'm in Tampa, I'm hitting you up.
Fuck yeah, can't wait, brother.
All right. See you, bud.
See you, man. What a nice guy. What a genuinely nice guy. Even pretending to be impressed by my magic trick and all. I really appreciated the conversation. We got to talk for like an hour, feel each other out, and I hope we get to do more together in the future. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanted to share this with all of you, and that's really about it. So yeah. No, it can't be. I was reassured that AI data centers were good for people, good for all of us, the future of mankind. Investing trillions of dollars, selling out every piece of land in this country for AI data centers to help us. But now, I think the cracks are starting to show. I think the truth is starting to leak out, and, well, don't worry, BlackRock has solutions for that. Larry Fink made a really cool statement about how they're going to protect it from the domestic terrorists that might not want AI data centers, which I think is a really cool label to be slapping on normal, average working people that just don't want to see their energy bill skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist! What, you don't like the data center, do you? Well, welcome to the gulag. It's pretty unhinged, but I'll get to that in a moment. I want to show you something that I just learned about that I think is extremely alarming. This is so far the biggest public goat-seeing from the data center epidemic, where in Lake Tahoe, 50,000 residents have just been informed that in 2027, their energy provider is abandoning them to focus solely on the energy demands of the AI data centers in the area. Now, this probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on. All companies are finding ways to butt-fuck the normal person and focus entirely on suckling the bosom of AI. Not just for data centers, but let's take a look back about 5 months ago, which is like ancient history with the way everything's been moving, with Micron. Do you remember when Micron did one of these to all the normal consumers that relied on their RAM being one of only 3 big players in RAM production? Well, Micron, 5, maybe 6 months ago now, announced that they will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, "Fuck you nerds, we've got AI now." Then threw on their sunglasses and never looked back. Which inevitably caused the big RAM crisis and the prices to skyrocket there because of now the impending RAM shortage that would be unfolding, because again, Micron was one of only 3 big RAM producers, and they just outright said, we will no longer be providing to the consumer market starting this year. So they did that because AI was more lucrative, and now you're seeing everything else go in that direction. And this is the first example, the first big example of just an energy company that 50,000 people rely on to live, just hitting that Harry Houdini vibe and vanishing on them, saying, don't really care about you plebeians, flesh and blood is cringe, AI is the future, we gotta go take care of AI. I mean, good luck out there though, maybe you'll find other power suppliers, but it won't be us. Bye-bye. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in, the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility company that it has less than a year to find another power source. Which shouldn't be a problem. They maybe just need to dig a few feet underground to find the fucking Tesseract, and maybe they can install that. Surely that won't be a huge issue. I imagine that'll be without hiccups. Doesn't this paint the most beautiful picture? It's always been abundantly clear companies don't give a fuck about you or anything, but now that companies see a way of cutting you out while still driving up their own profits, they are frothing at the mouth for it and jumping on board. They are abandoning ship on people because they don't need people anymore thanks to AI. So these data centers in this area are now the entire focus of NV Energy, and they are just saying, these 50,000 people, they can go kick rocks, pussy, good luck. And I imagine this will not be an isolated incident. This is something I've yapped about a lot. It's something that is very well known about data centers in particular for the energy demands. And as these companies get a lot of incentive to focus that energy on those data centers, they'll start to make the same decisions that we are seeing here from NV Energy, where they don't really need to supply energy to people. Ew, stinky people? Human beings? Oh! No, they can instead just focus entirely on AI data centers and making a fucking killing in the clams department through it. So they'll abandon people without a second thought. It doesn't matter to them. And I think we're going to continue to see this trend happening in places that are having this big push for AI data centers. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from NV Energy's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, found that the 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. At a regional business event last fall, NV Energy's director of business development called the moment unprecedented, saying the company was eager to serve the new industrial load, but that it would not impact our existing customer base. Are you telling me he lied? He was too focused on the load. That load was too appealing. It felt too good, tasted too yummy, that he did indeed impact the existing customer base by outright telling them to go take a hike. Get out of here, dweebs, and then giving them a wedgie on the way out in order to solely focus the energy demands on the data centers. Come on. No, there's no way they lied. Ah, man, that's crazy. But Liberty's 49,000 California customers may have already been bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities it owns in Nevada. The other 75% comes from NV Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year. It's like we don't exist, Danielle Hughes told Fortune. Hughes is a North Lake Tahoe resident, CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, and a supervisor within the California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division. And it's not like you don't exist. You literally don't exist to these companies. You are not even numbers on a page anymore, because now the numbers that they actually care about are whatever the AI data center numbers that they find are. This article also goes into how messy this kind of thing is and why it's an extremely tricky problem to solve, especially considering that their grid sits inside of NV Energy's balancing authority and they rely on their transmission lines, which they are no longer going to be having access to for these 50,000 residents that are being abandoned here. So the whole thing is extremely difficult to try and navigate, so even finding another power supplier isn't exactly easy and would also cost tons and tons of money. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the Sierra, a project Liberty President Eric Schwartzrock said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts, and also would lead to higher costs to these residents that have been abandoned. It's going to be passed down to them. So no matter what happens next, them being completely, thrown to the dirt by NV Energy in favor of them supplying the power to data centers, no matter what happens next, if they do get an alternate power source player to come in to help them, it will most likely lead to a significant increase in their cost. Their bills are going to go up. So they're getting fucked no matter what happens. I recommend you read the entire article from Fortune if you're at all interested in the nuance and the inner workings of how this garbage is unfolding. There's like a back and forth here where NV Energy's like, oh, they knew this was coming and it's their fault for not being able to secure a new independent power supply, that kind of thing. It's been going on for a while. We've always said it's temporary. We've just extended our agreements for a while and they've been dragging their feet on replacing us, that kind of thing. There's really a lot to unpack here, and there is no regulatory oversight that can come in and help fix this, even though there are arguments being made that there should be something out there and protesting how this is even allowed to happen, how the power provider could just be like, actually, we're just going to focus on AI. The 50,000 residents that rely on our power to live, they're, who are they? I already forgot about them. There's been a lot of arguments, there's a lot to it, so the article goes pretty in-depth on it. As for what's next in the region, Liberty told customers that NV Energy will remain the transmission provider. The wires aren't going anywhere, so that's nice. They didn't just dig up the wires and throw them in a fucking landfill or something. So the question is, who's going to supply the electricity that flows over them and what that cost will be and whether the regulators can protect customers whose upstream grid sits outside California's usual planning structure. And they are right now shopping the bid replacement contract to anyone and everyone. They are really trying to find this next energy provider. There was a tad bit of optimism when it came to a short-term solution, but long term is a lot more unstable and unknowable. And they close with this statement saying, we have no representation, it's resource extraction. It is 1000% resource extraction, and representation has proven in other regions across the country to not matter at all when it comes to these data centers. Let's take a look at Utah. The Kevin O'Leary clown show, his fucking circus, who, by the way, likes to continue LARPing as an American. He's not. He is a bald Canadian bitch ass. And yet he still comes over here and tries to preach about American values and why the data center is like the most patriotic thing you can do. Cringe, pathetic, worm demon. Anyway, in Utah, all of the people were voicing how much they didn't want it, the disdain. They would not support it. Please don't. Begging, groveling, do not let this data center project be approved. A 40,000 acre data center, the largest imaginable. Like genuinely, I cannot even fathom something that big. A 40,000 acre data center is fucking diabolical. And the geriatric fossils that were approving this project, who are supposed to be representing the people in the community, outright said, one of them verbatim said, for hell's sake, grow up. A crazy statement, and I do believe they are fighting for hell. They are demons on the side of Satan. So like these fucking octogenarians, in the face of all the community that went out there, and there was a huge number of people yelling, screaming, begging, stop, don't do it, don't, no data centers. In front of all of them, they insulted the people, berated them, and then went into their own private room to get away from all the riffraff, all the hustle and bustle and hoopla, so that way they could unanimously push it through to greenlight the 40,000 acre data center. That goes in the face of all of the people that they are supposed to be representing the interests of. So it's pretty clear that even having representation of like the will of the people does not matter. These data centers are being built and brute forced through because most likely all of these politicians and the people in power in these communities are getting a nice little chunk of change for it, some real strong incentives, and they don't care about the people. And there's no consequences. There are literally no consequences anymore across the board. You can lie, you can scam, you can fraud, all of this, and there is nothing that happens. Nothing at all. So they feel very emboldened to just blatantly, openly be corrupt, and that's what's happening. So these data centers, they are coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down. It's extremely concerning. It's extremely infuriating. And BlackRock is already planning for people to feel like forced into a corner and doing something drastic, like maybe trying to destroy a data center.
And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it's going to be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone?
These slimy husks, these zombies are getting so comfortable calling anyone that goes against the corporations selling out of this country and their land terrorists. Oh, you don't support the companies coming in here with 3,100 data centers springing up in your communities, driving up your energy bills, ruining your water, polluting your community? Oh, that must make you a domestic terrorist, Buster. Or at the very least, you might have some ideas that are adjacent to domestic terrorism. A little bit of thought crime, perhaps? You don't like the data centers, Well, let's go ahead and check the surveillance data we've gathered on you through these data centers and see what we've got. This is Larry Fink of BlackRock. BlackRock is a huge player in the data center boom, and now he's openly talking about, well, how do we protect these multi-billion-dollar investments and the trillions of dollars that might need to be spent in order to secure them? because what if a domestic terrorist starts using drone warfare on them? So it seems like there's a recognition from people like Larry Fink, these fucking zombies at the top of the food chain, that people are feeling backed into a corner. Everything in their life is getting more expensive, and data centers are only continuing to accelerate that issue. And the normal lies are no longer landing because the information's already out there. There are operational data centers that have been running for a while, so we know the bills go up in the communities that they infest. And we know they only provide temp jobs during construction. They don't actually supply any kind of economic boon to the normal working people of those communities through employment. The biggest data center in this country only has roughly 150 full-time employees. The smaller data centers, or the normal-sized data centers, run as lean as 20 to 25 employees full-time. So this is not providing jobs or anything to Americans in any capacity. So the lies don't work. People are getting face-fucked by this. These corporations are fully selling out everyone and everything in this country. And they're realizing that they don't actually even need people to make money anymore. So they're even getting rid of people, like NV Energy abandoning 50,000 of the residents that rely on their power to live. And Larry Fink is now talking about what they're going to do to defend these data centers from someone who might be very desperate and trying to, destroy a data center on their own in order to, survive in the community or help people in the community live. So he's already okay, we've got measures in place, maybe underground, or, maybe who knows. But we're thinking about it. We've got countermeasures. Don't worry. We're protecting these billion and trillion dollar investments. It's fucking terrifying. And he's also being very upfront about, they're going to control all the data centers. Great. If you're on the side of BlackRock, you're on the bad guy's side, by the way. To the people that for some reason still mindlessly try and support data centers because they love to swallow that corporate cock and believe all their lies, this is the lowest of the low if you're now just pumping your fist for BlackRock of all things.
So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficits are starting to be mounting. And we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is all going to be the role of private sector.
Oh, thank goodness. I feel much more comfortable knowing that the future's in the hands of people like Larry Fink and BlackRock. Isn't that good news? Yeah, so anyway, had to yap about this shit. It is so fucking out of control. It is so blatantly corrupt. It is genuinely terrifying. Anyway, just wanted to put that all on your radar there. That's really about it. So, yeah. They say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, but I disagree. I think the greatest form of flattery is this. That's that Donnie from Wild Thornberrys type riz. But when does imitation go too far? When is it no longer an homage, but instead tiptoes over the line into plagiarism? That's what we'll be analyzing today, and by that I mean I learned about 2 channels that have blatantly plagiarized another YouTuber. I saw this right before going to bed tonight. I'm kidding, because I didn't fall asleep. As you can clearly tell, it's 6 a.m. I've been up all night again. Insomnia is here again, doing that to my damn little butt cheeks over here. And I'm tired of it. But as I was trying to fall asleep and then ended up giving up looking at my phone, I saw that there's a bit of a hoopla about this plagiarism thing going on right now. And you're never going to be able to get rid of all the plagiarism on YouTube because it is a rampant issue. But I always think it's nice when people do find bad actors like this just blatantly stealing their work. But as I was looking into this big developing story here, I learned a lot of twists, not only about the original video creator, but also the ones that allegedly plagiarized. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first one before diving into a bit more about the original video as well.
So if your views are low or you're scared of demonetization, listen up because I'm going to tell you the 8 biggest changes of the YouTube algorithm, starting with change number 1, Gemini. So it's fully official. Okay, the YouTube algorithm is now powered by Gemini AI.
This one is egregious. They didn't even bother doing the bare minimum of changing a single word from the original script. So this comes from a YouTuber named Rume, and the YouTuber that's copying his video is someone named Belmont. Now this is a guru who is also selling a course. Now I use the word guru real loosey-goosey because that's how these fucking dweebs refer to themselves as. They're scammers, basically. Case in point, if you're going to be purchasing a course from someone on YouTube trying to give you the secrets, bestow upon you the ancient wisdom of success online, just know you're most likely not going to be finding the fountain of youth there. You're probably getting a big load of fucking barnacles. I've never even heard of a course that one of these dorks was selling that was ever even remotely helpful in any way, shape, or form. When it comes to this subject matter, I know in like the fitness space, there's a lot of YouTubers that have courses that are very popular, very successful. I'm talking specifically about this garbage where they have these videos, usually just like a bunch of regurgitated information. In this case, they are literally copying someone else's information in order to try and hawk a course. But like usually it's just some dog shit where they're like, "Yar matey, so you want to get YouTube views? Well, you're going to have to fork over the funky digits on the back of that credit card for this fucking PowerPoint I threw together haphazardly." It's all trash. Now, an interesting little fun fact, a little tidbit of lore. In the only Belmont video I've watched, he has a gold YouTube play button behind him for a channel called Serum. So I looked it up, and that's this channel right here, and that's definitely him. Basically, this channel is Sniper Wolf. If Sniper Wolf was a guy who's a huge dweeb. And he hasn't posted in over a year, but he had 4.5 million subscribers. I don't know why he stopped posting. I looked into it, and there's a lot of theories. Apparently, a lot of people seem to believe that he was demonetized at some point, so he abandoned the channel. It's certainly possible, but it's just a theory, a little game theory there. But what's not a theory is that this guy just blatantly plagiarized that video. I guess he's made his triumphant return. No longer is he Serum. Now he's Belmont. And he just takes other YouTubers' videos word for word as his own. Yippee, welcome home.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT. And the job that YouTube gave Gemini is to analyze videos. So technically, it's no longer about tags, titles, or anything that's mattered before. Because of Gemini, now it's what you say, how you say it, and what you show. Like the actual visuals of your video. It understands the tone. If your video is supposed to be sad, it understands it. If you're being sarcastic, it also understands. Gemini also analyzes behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score.
It's actually fascinating how not only did he copy the script one-to-one, but he even copied the timing. It syncs up perfectly. He did exact intonation, exact timing of everything here for his blatant plagiarism. I've never seen that before. This is like the equivalent of taking someone else's homework, copying it, and not even changing the name on it when you submit it. It's fucking baffling. Typically, we're about to look at another case of plagiarism from the same YouTuber, actually. Not Belmont, but the same YouTuber had his work stolen by another channel as well, this time a much more popular channel. I'm actually kind of blown away by how brazen Belmont's plagiarism is. He's got a lot of other videos on his channel, and I imagine all of those are also plagiarized from other YouTubers as well. It seems like that's probably his shtick. I imagine the only reason the visuals aren't exactly the same is because he didn't want to take the extra 2 minutes it would take to crop out the YouTuber from those visuals, because he wanted to just shit and ship this as quickly as possible, a matter of minutes. So instead he just filled it with a bunch of probably stock videos for his points here. Now the next accused plagiarism patriot is Danny Y. Interestingly enough, it's the same topic that Belmont copied, that now Danny Y has a video on that's eerily similar to Rume. An interesting coinky-dink. If I had to spitball a guess at how that's possible, I would wager that douchebags like this probably consult ChatGPT for what videos they should steal, and right now ChatGPT is recommending that one from Rume. That would be my guess. Now, Danny Y's video is a little less obvious than Belmont's. He does change some words around, and he does change the order in which the information is presented. Instead of following the exact blueprint one-to-one of Rume's original video, he changes where it goes. But watching them both back to back, it is still fundamentally the exact same piece of content. Now, another explanation here, like I said, I don't know Rumero's content. Maybe it's possible he generated a script for this topic through ChatGPT and Danny Y doing the same thing. Thus, they came with very similar scripts. I think that is also equally possible.
Now, for those of you that don't know what Gemini is, it's pretty much Google's ChatGPT.
And if you don't know what it is, think of it as Google's version of ChatGPT.
And it even understands the tone.
It even picks up on your tone.
Like if your video's supposed to be sad, it understands it.
If your video is meant to be funny, it knows.
If you're being sarcastic, it also understands it.
If you're being sarcastic in your video, it also knows that too.
So that's pretty scary shit within itself.
And honestly, this one scared me when I first learned about it.
Now, when YouTube reviews your channel, which they will.
When YouTube reviews your channel, and they will.
The first thing that Gemini will check is your channel trailer.
And the first thing that plays is going to be your channel trailer.
The age of the email and the age of the YouTube channel.
Use an email that has been around for a while.
The older the YouTube channel is, the better. Just use your personal email.
Maybe your personal Gmail that you've been using for years.
If you have any Google subscriptions like Google One, Google Workspace, YouTube Premium, any of those subscriptions, the better it is.
Even better, if you have Google subscriptions like YouTube Premium, Google One, or Workspace, that's extra proof.
Right, you want to show Gemini and YouTube that you're a human, and a human doesn't start YouTube by uploading every single day.
You're basically showing the algorithm that you're a real human.
This one's a bit trickier because he does change the words around and he does change the order around, but all of the information from Rumero's is still present here, including his advice that he gives in the original, so it does still seem a bit stinky here that maybe he had grabbed his script and had AI rewrite it a bit for his video. And, there's only so many ways of conveying information if the information is accurate, but this goes a little bit beyond that, where it's not just conveying similar information, he's doing it basically very, very, very similarly to how Rumero's video covered it. Now, I had that theory that maybe Rumero generated an AI script and Danny Y did the same on the same topic, which is why they'd be similar. And I think there's even more meat to that theory because I did some digging on Rumero's channel.
If we go ahead and just search up the title of one of these articles and we throw it onto YouTube, we will be able to find YouTube channels like this one, Hip Hop Daily. So if we click on it and we click on their videos, we can see that their views are not bad at all. Now moving on to step number 2, which is scripting your entire video. Now there's a few rules for this, right? I have a lot of beginners come to me and they show me their videos and they're only like a minute or 2 minutes long. And to be honest, I tell them every single time, might as well not post the videos, because with AI, there is no excuse for you not to make a video over 10 minutes. YouTube clearly favors, and this is my opinion, YouTube clearly favors YouTube channels and YouTube videos that are over 10 minutes. So here's an example of how easy it is to script write.
Oh my goodness, he's giving the keys to the kingdom, the Krabby Patty secret formula to the ultimate slop. Step 1, look at other YouTubers' content. Step 2, basically steal it. So he's like, look at these channels. You can see their views are doing well, so this is a successful niche. So you want to aim for basically copying the same topics because you can see that it has a track record of doing well here. So step 2, use AI to make your script for you. So he then shows you like to grab an article, copy and paste it into AI to have it write a script for you, so that way it can cook that shit up for you pretty much instantaneously, and bingo bango bongo, you've got a soulless AI regurgitated video that can now just passively generate income on YouTube for you for doing fucking nothing at all. So, not a huge fan of this guy, to be honest with you. Yes, I do think he was plagiarized in the first instance, and honestly, I am leaning more towards Danny Y also taking his video as opposed to just getting a similar AI drivel script. And that's due to a couple of reasons I'll share with you. But as far as creators getting plagiarized goes, this one doesn't move my heart all that much. This is a world's smallest violin moment for sure, because he himself also kind of preaches the same thing to his students. About like, look at all these other channels and basically do what they do using AI to do it for you. So it's a little odd that he would cry foul that other vultures in the same space are doing the same to his content when he has these AI faceless slop channels that he literally kind of does very similar things with. Granted, it's not one-to-one or as brazen as the examples here, but still, it's fundamentally the same DNA. He is also just regurgitating the same information using AI to do it for him. Now, maybe he doesn't do it on his Roommate Row channel, that I don't know for sure, but in the videos on this channel, he does talk about and literally try and instruct people on how to take other people's topics and like ideas and plug AI into it so it will make the scripts for you so you can stretch these videos to 10 minutes and make money off it passively for doing basically fucking nothing. So, not exactly like the best creator to be talking about being plagiarized, if I'm being honest. But I do still find it to be an interesting topic nonetheless. And like I said, I do think it's obvious in Belmont's case that he just one-to-one stole the video. I do also think Danny Y most likely had AI spit out a script from Roommate Row's video as opposed to just covering a similar topic.
And that leads us to the next change, one that got thousands of channels deleted just last month. YouTube now probably gives every channel a hidden score. They don't show it to you, but it probably exists. And it controls everything. I call it your trust score. Think of it like a credit score, but for
your trust score? Where have I heard that nomenclature before?
Do that, but it's almost guaranteed
I'm
that
at the wrong
amount of people
timestamp.
that have done that, and this change was done about 2 weeks ago, which is why you've heard so much news of people getting their channels taken away. But I think I found a solution.
Still not at the right timestamp, but basically in Danny Y's video, it's the exact same information. He changed some of the words and changed the order in which he presented it, but he's still basically just saying everything Roommate Row said, but in different order.
But the most important part is that Gemini also analyzes your behavior on the platform. Which takes me to number 2, trust score. This has got to be one of the biggest changes that I've ever seen on YouTube. So this is the easiest way to explain trust score.
So, from what I can tell, Danny Y wasn't the one that came up with the trust score. Watching both videos back to back, it's basically the same fucking thing. Like I said, Danny Y just changed the order in which he presented shit, but it's still fundamentally exactly the same. And at points, like in the minute and a half clip there, it is almost identical. I find it unlikely that this is some big misunderstanding and it's just a coincidence. I understand that when it comes to information, there is only so many different ways you can convey the information, but it just feels very fishy that not only is it conveyed very similarly, almost identical at points, but also saying weird things like, I call it your trust score. I came up with that, when he clearly didn't come up with that. Also, couple that with the fact that the advice he gives in his video is the same advice Roommate Row gave in his video. It just feels like he did take the script from that video and just change it around a little bit so it wasn't just so blatantly obvious. Not as lazy as Belmont was with it. Anyway though, plagiarism isn't unusual on YouTube. This shit turbo sucks and it's only being more common now thanks to AI. And people like Roommate Row himself also preaching very similar tactics of just taking other people's topics, ideas, niches, and just having AI be fed this information in order to spit garbage out for you to post and make money on. I think that shit also sucks, and it's not all that dissimilar from what he's complaining about here with these channels ripping off his video. His AI faceless slop channels are fundamentally doing something very, very, very similar. And it's all trash. It's all garbage. And I'm sure he knows that, but it doesn't matter because he makes a ton of money doing it. If you look at his channel, a lot of his videos are just kind of bragging about how much money he makes from doing these AI faceless slop channels. It sucks. It's sad. And that's the exact kind of shit that's ruining the entire platform. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I just got to witness the conclusion of what I believe to be the worst trilogy of films ever produced. I think anyone that has subjected themselves to the torture of watching Strangers Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 will probably agree that there is no series of films this bad. Because even though there are worst individual films, they don't ever see a sequel or, heaven forbid, a trilogy. Usually, they just stop at the first blunder, but somehow Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 of The Strangers goes the distance. And it started horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 was one of the worst movies of that year. And then Strangers Chapter 2 came out, and that was one of the worst movies of that year. And now Strangers Chapter 3 is here, and it is no doubt one of the worst movies that this year we'll see. To quickly clear up confusion, because every time I mention this franchise, people think about the wrong film. The Strangers Chapter 1 I'm referring to is not the 2008 classic that most people fondly remember, myself included. I'm talking about the 2024 soft reboot called The Strangers Chapter 1 that I wager 99% of you didn't even know exists. This movie is horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 is horrible. Chapter 2 is terrible, and Chapter 3 is what I can only describe as sinful, because it's a level that is so atrocious that I actually feel dirty, and I feel like in the eyes of the Lord, I am now lesser in his eyes for having watched it. This defies all sense of rational thinking. Strangers Chapter 1 started awful, and each new entry into the franchise only got worse. They learned no lessons and only kept progressively getting shittier. I didn't even think something like that was possible. But before diving in, I want to just quickly let you all know that right now we're doing a Chainsaw Man collab with Starforge, so if you've ever wanted to upgrade your PC and also are a huge fan of Chainsaw Man, now's the perfect time to check it out. Link in the description. Anyway, since I bore witness to it, I want to share my thoughts. Of course, I wrote down notes here because this one was shockingly bad. Somehow, even though they had already filmed all three movies, this one feels extremely rushed, like they had no time, no budget left, and not a single fucking care in the world to finish it off in a sensible manner. Anyway, this picks up right where Chapter 2 leaves off, after our main character, Maya, was able to overpower one of her pursuers and ends up with her death. She killed one of the strangers. It was the main love interest from the guy in the mask with the axe. His name is Gregory. And the woman that is killed now was his childhood crush. They killed Tamara together, and since that day they were obsessed with killing random people that came into town. So it picks up right after she's dead. Gregory's over her corpse, hits it with the axe a few times, and then throws it in the back of his pickup truck with the other girl that's following him around, who's still a mystery as of this moment. Oh, spoiler warning, by the way. Who gives a fuck? No one cares. Spoiler warning, though. Maya is watching all of this unfold. Gregory and her drive away, and then Maya starts walking. She was hiding in the forest watching all this. So she's walking along the road. The sheriff then picks her up, and the sheriff's giving real creepy vibes, feeling real yucky. So Maya tricks him and steals his vehicle. As Maya is driving away, she gets maybe 50 yards. She didn't get far at all. She got about as many yards as Drake May did in the Super Bowl in the first half. She gets literally nowhere, puts the pedal to the metal, and instantly takes her eyes off the road to start fiddling around in something in the passenger seat and crashes the car. Immediately. I'm pretty sure the sheriff could still see her after she crashed the car. And then Gregory comes back in the pickup truck and knocks her out and takes her out of the car. Immediately off-rip, this movie pissed me off. Why would she immediately take her eyes off the road to do something in the passenger seat with random files and folders? She has no fucking clue what she's even tinkering with. Why is she doing that? She could have easily just got away, drove out of town, and been totally fine. Which also would have saved a few other lives too, had she done that. But she makes the inexplicable choice to just do one of these while, literally just, foot fucking blasting on the accelerator, not looking at all, and crashing into a tree. It was so dumb. It was so stupid. Anyway, though, we then get a flashback that explains the relationship between the sheriff and Gregory, the axe guy. And it turns out the sheriff is his father. And his father wanted to protect his son. His son was facing imprisonment for the murder of Tamara. And being such a stand-up great dad, he was able to prevent that from happening, and then tries to set rules with Gregory and the girl that he's always with, whose name I don't even fucking remember. But the two that started this whole thing of killing, they randomly just murder a guy in the woods with an axe, and the sheriff comes over and he's like, son, I knew this was going to happen again, so we're going to need to lay some ground rules. You can't kill townspeople. You can only murder people that visit us. Because surely that won't be looked into and investigated, and surely they don't have anyone that cares about them. So that was the plan. It was bulletproof, really. So the sheriff does everything in his power to like bury the investigation on all of the people that go to this small town and end up missing, knowing full well Gregory and her and the other girl are murdering them. And that's the backstory. So the sheriff's not a good guy. But Gregory, in the last movie, ended up killing some townspeople, which has the townspeople even more scared because they know that when people come to this small town, they die, they end up missing, but they know that since they're residents of the town, they're safe, until all of a sudden they're not, because Gregory has now killed some normal townspeople. So the sheriff's partner's like, look, but I'm going to call in the out-of-state police because this is out of control now. And then the sheriff kills him. He jabs him in the head with like a tiny little medical instrument, instantly killing him. So then Gregory has Maya in like this underground facility, and he puts the mask on her, the mask that the girls wear, the strangers wear. He puts that on Maya, so that way she'll team up and join his crew, which she does. So now Maya's traveling with Gregory and the other girl to go murder some out-of-town people. But while this is going on, Maya's sister, her sister's husband, and then some agent, I guess, he's like the hired muscle, have arrived at the small town trying to gather clues about Maya's whereabouts. You know, is she safe? They're here to save her, but the town's being all weird, and then they pick up on the sheriff's odd vibe, so they start following him. We then get another flashback sequence. Gregory and the girl are a little bit older, but they're still supposed to be kids, and they're at the gas station choosing their next target to murder. She goes inside the gas station to get some food, and some weirdo walks up to her and starts hitting on her with some really, really uncomfortable dialogue, saying, I'm really good with my hands. And then the dude's girlfriend comes out and she's like, I thought you said you'd never do this kind of thing again. You promised. And he's like, shut up, babe. It's not what it looks like. And then they go off to the motel together. And then Gregory and that girl decide that that's going to be their target, those two. So they go to the motel with intent to kill them. She knocks on the door with the classic, is Tamara here? And there was no response, so then they break in to find that that girl had actually stabbed and killed the boyfriend. She had murdered the boyfriend, and then she joins their team. So that's the third stranger. That's the other girl in the crew, is that lady who murdered her boyfriend there. That's the gang, and that's the whole backstory. Now, one thing this movie really likes to do is bastardize the iconic line from the original Strangers movie, which was, when asked, why are you doing this? The response was, because you were home. This franchise has completely ruined that, and they've changed it to, because you're here. So, throughout this trilogy, the victims asked, why are you doing this? And they say, because you're here. They do that again in the beginning of this movie, where they're just showcasing a random kill, just in order to remind you of, like, the 2008 movie that a lot of people still associate with this franchise, even though this is so far removed from it. It's a joke. But yeah, they have their own version here, and then they also have the Is Tamara Home, which I think they were really hoping would catch on as like an eerie, iconic line. It's not. It's fucking dumb. Anyway, though, I think that's the last flashback in the movie. So, what happens next? Maya has now joined the team, unwillingly, like she is tied, like her hands are tied, and they're in a hotel. They have found some victims, they've broken in, they've tied them to chairs, and now Gregory tells Maya to kill one. She shakes her head, she refuses, so then Gregory starts killing one of them with an axe. He kills this man with an axe, and while he's doing that, Maya grabs the machete out of the girl's hand and stabs and kills her. The other stranger, the girl that we just learned about in the flashback. She kills her and then slams her head on the ground, making sure to finish the job. She's now dead. Maya's killed her. And she goes into like a trance, where it seems like the weight of this kill is weighing on her, or maybe she really enjoyed the thrill of killing her. And Gregory picks up on that, so he stops murdering the guy with the axe. He's already dead, though. And he stands up Maya and then guides her hand with the blade to kill the other girl, which she does. So now Maya has just played a sizable role in the death of this random woman, and it seems like she feels nothing. In fact, maybe she even enjoyed it, which is something Gregory said. He said, felt good, didn't it? It is bizarre how shitty this idea is. Like, there was no build-up to this at all. Maya just all of a sudden starts going along with it. It's fucking trash. But anyway, the sister's husband and the agent are trailing the sheriff. They're doing a terrible job, by the way. It's the middle of the night in a small town on a single-lane dirt road, and they are only like maybe 4 car lengths behind them with their headlights on. Mind you, they are supposed to be incognito. They're supposed to be tailing him unnoticed, yet they have their headlights on right behind him. So then the sheriff like pulls over and turns his headlights off and basically just disappears. So then they drive by him, get lost, find a random trailer, and the agent's like, you guys need to go in the trailer and stay safe. I'm gonna go wander around in the woods here. Which he does. He wanders around the woods. He finds like this sawmill type thing, which has a wood chipper, which we saw earlier. They had chewed up a body there to hide evidence. He wanders over there and finds that, and then the sheriff finds him and just shoots and kills him. So the agent does nothing besides just lead the sister and the husband into a fucking random trailer. Gregory then shows up with Maya with him, and Gregory knocks over the trailer, and while doing so, her sister's husband just starts randomly shooting. He was given a gun by the agent, so he just starts randomly just fucking firing shots at nothing, shooting at ghosts, and then he's out of ammo, so then Gregory just comes in and kills him with the axe right in front of his wife. And then he drags the sister in front of Maya. Maya's watching this whole thing, pretty emotionless. Like, there's a couple tears that kind of stream down her face, but overall it's like really hollow, and I think it's supposed to drive home like this shell shock idea, but it's really poorly done. And then he just kills her sister right in front of her, to which she still has no real reaction. And then Gregory just leaves with the sheriff, and then Maya just takes his pickup truck with her sister's body and drives away. And then there's a moment where she's like, I don't know, has this eureka, like, I don't want to leave yet, I want to try and get revenge. So she turns the truck around, and then she goes to that underground facility where she wanders across the sheriff who's just listening to the radio, drinking a beer, and she shoots and kills him with a shotgun. And then she wanders into a room which is just full of fucking candles and scribblings on the wall. Turns out that's Gregory's room, and Gregory comes in there and they share the worst dialogue together. I wrote this down. I could not believe this dialogue. Also, I don't know how she even found this underground facility in the first place. She was held here for maybe 2 seconds and somehow remembered exactly where it was off of like a quick sign. But regardless, when Gregory enters the room, it is the worst exchange I've ever seen. What is supposed to be like this clash and like a very tense moment is just embarrassing. I couldn't even get the words down in the notepad because I was just so, like, I was fuming at the cringe. So, like, the first thing here is just a bunch of gibberish because I just started pounding on the keypad on my phone and then said, it's so fucking cringe. Quote, she was the only light in the dark. This is referring to the girl that Maya killed in chapter 2. The one that grew up with him murdering together. It is a monologue about how the only thing in Gregory's life was her. The only good thing in the pain. There's only pain in Gregory. It's only just pain. Except for her, but now she's gone, so it's pain again. And it's dark. It's so dark. And Maya says, it's quiet in the dark. So now she's like relating to him like, yes, the dark. I have nothing now. Which is something she says. When he says, now you have the pain. I freed you from it. I freed you from everything. Now all you have is pain like me. She says, no, I don't have pain. I have nothing. You've given me nothing. It's all nothing now. It's so bad. It's so bad. And she finishes it by saying, the only thing I have left is you. And then she's already asked him to take the mask off so she can have this heart-to-heart. And then they get like really intimate, like romantic, but in an animalistic way. So he starts sniffing her, gritting his teeth, and snarling as she's petting him. I thought he was about to transform into a werewolf or something. So like he's just like nuzzling her and doing this. And she's petting him this whole time. And he's just like nuzzling her. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then she stabs him. So they start hugging and then she stabs him. And then she grabs the axe and kills him with the axe. But right before she kills him with the axe, he smiles and says, "We're the same now." And she says, "Maybe," before delivering the final blow with the axe. And the movie ends with her leaving the underground facility with the mask in hand. The mask that Gregory used. So the idea is now she is the same as the strangers. It's so bad! It's so bad! Everything this trilogy tried to do, it fails at it. Super sucks. I can't believe they even bothered. I really can't. I don't know what they thought they were cooking. I don't know. It's terrible. I didn't think that this conclusion would be as bad as it is. I knew it wasn't going to be good. Obviously, I knew it wasn't going to be good. But it's even worse than I could have imagined for this trilogy. Holy shit. I had to yap about it, man. It's so bad. Now, I do think there are some moments that are entertainingly bad. Fun bad, so bad it's good. There's a couple sequences that definitely fit that bill. But I just don't think it's worth watching 3 movies of it. I just don't. So yeah, anyway, this shit was terrible. That's about it. So, yeah, the movie was good. And I'm surprised to be saying that, because I went into this movie a little Scrooge-esque, a little bah humbugging, because from the first trailer, I thought, like, yeah, this could be entertaining, but, the last big screen Predator film, Predator 2018, was unbelievably horrible. That was complete dog shit, but I will always defend this. I think Predator 2018 is one of the more fun bad movies we've had in a long time. It is such a piece of trash in all of the right ways that it loops around to being entertaining. So bad, it's good. It is a film where the predator species is harvesting the best DNA from all of the other species they hunt in order to make themselves stronger, so they splice it in to become, even stronger, to level up. And they choose humanity, and you're led to believe that they're choosing us because of our strong soldiers, but no, it turns out they're actually hunting our main character's son because he's autistic, and they want to harvest his autism to make themselves stronger. So they came to Earth to take our autism. Really entertainingly shit film. But it is, at its core, a shit film. So Predator Badlands, I didn't have the highest hopes for, especially considering I didn't like the new design of our main character here, Deck. I also didn't love the idea of the Predator being the good guy. Like, how can you really spin that in a way where you give a fuck? But in the context of the film, his look really works because he is the runt of his clan. And he is, like, about to be called because he is weak. And they're insulting him, this and that. So him looking so different from all the other Predators does make sense in the context of the film. And it works, and you buy into it. And I also really think that they do make you care about him. Like, having him be the main character and the good guy, I'll put in quotes, it works, and it doesn't feel like super cheesy or super stupid. Which I was pleasantly surprised by because, again, conceptually, I don't love the idea of taking the Yautja and making him more human throughout a hunt. I just feel like we don't need to make every single character that you ever see in film have all these human traits. I think it's very cool if they're super different from humans across the board. So, like, the idea, I don't love, but they execute it really well to the point where I thought it was really well done, and I actually enjoyed it. And you know what you will enjoy is some canned goof juice, baby. That's right. Gamer Sups is back with some canned goof juice, this time sugar-free. It's available right now, so go get some sugar-free goof juice in a can, baby. What I will say gets a little cattywampus, though, is the humor. So you can see from the trailer, he does team up with a synth. It's Elle Fanning's character, Thea, and the two of them basically form a little tag team in order for him to complete his task. And they actually banter occasionally. Like, I wouldn't quite say it's MCU humor, but it's just like little jokes and goofs here, which I do think is a little weird because I don't know, I feel like the Yautja probably wouldn't be so chummy while on this sacred hunt after everything that Dek had been through. I don't think he would be such an open book, ready to just start like joking and like, nudging a friend here. It just feels a little odd. I don't even think it's like poorly done or anything, but I just think that's a little, a little much. Another thing that I was pretty concerned with is that this is PG-13, which I didn't know until I got to the theater. And watching the film, it doesn't feel like a PG-13 movie because there is so much gore, dismemberment, and death and destruction, but it's synths. So, and I'm going to avoid spoilers for now, we'll get into spoilers in a moment. A lot of other synths are there doing research on this planet where Dek is on his hunt. So he's killing a lot of like aliens and stuff, but it's not red blood, it's like Covenant blood from Halo. You got all kinds of different colored blood, yellow and shit, and the synths, of course, aren't red blood. So even though the kills are really gruesome with like heads being collapsed, impaled, ripped off, like entire spines getting ripped off, there's never any blood, so it's able to get away with a PG-13 rating, I guess, which is cool. I mean, I'm still glad that it's so gruesome, but I will say it does make it feel a little weird because since they are synths, you're expecting them to be smart, but all the synths, aside from a couple, are actual fucking idiots, which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense because why are these robots so dumb? And like, they even show fear sometimes, like just random grunts, and I don't think they were, supposed to have that emotion there. Like, I understand there are some synths in the universe that do, but here, like, just random ones, like, they're all really dumb. And I just don't think that computes here, because why would they all be so bad at, like, deducing the most basic things? Like, there's actually a scene here where they go undercover to try and, stealthily break through enemy lines here, and the synth even stops one of them and actually falls victim to, like, a Jedi mind trick. Except I'm being very generous with that. It is literally, they're just telling a very comical lie to the synth's face, and he's believing it. And they eventually get the leg up on him because of it. So, like, why are they synths when they are this stupid? The only reason is so they can get away with a PG-13 rating and still have a ton of blood and gore. It's just, when you stop and think about it, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense why all of them are so dumb. They're robots. And I know it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it is just a little weird. Unless these are like fucking first generation Roombas or something, just like throwaway dumb idiot bots that they brought to this planet for an extremely crucial mission. But yeah, if you were worried about this movie being like really watered down because of its rating, I don't think that's really a fear you need to have going into it. I think they do a really good job with the action. In fact, I think the vast majority of this movie is action sequences. He's either hunting creatures on this planet, being hunted himself, or killing synths. So there is pretty much non-stop action happening, and I think it's all really, really cool. Like, they didn't pull any punches, even though it is a PG-13 rated film. So I thought they crushed it in that department. Now, before wrapping it up, I want to briefly get into some spoilers to talk about some other stuff I thought was really cool, but it is a spoiler, so here's a spoiler warning. I really liked Thea, and I really liked seeing more of the Yautja culture. I thought it was very cool to see the Yautja home planet and seeing Dek fight against other Yautja. So him versus father at the very end, I think was super hype, where he, easily, well, not, I guess I won't say easily, but he overpowers the Royal Guard. I'm assuming they're the Royal Guard, considering they're his father's right-hand men. And the way that he evolved after his time on the most dangerous planet we've seen yet, the Death Planet Jenna, was very cool. And then his showdown with his father that mirrored what happened to his brother, basically. And then he says, I have my own clan, I think was a really fun conclusion. And the way they set up for a further Predator film was very hype with his mother showing up. I thought that was so fucking cool, and I think they did a great job with the action. And I really liked the Yautja, and I'd love to see more from it. And I also, like I said, like Thea. I think Thea was a very cool character to see in here as well, where she was able to kind of humanize is probably not the right word, but help Deck see that maybe not everything he'd been taught about the Yautja is the only way to live. Maybe there's more to it than just hunting alone. Maybe it's worth, hunting in a pack like wolves and protecting instead of just killing, that kind of thing, which I know can be very cliche, but I think it works really well in this film. So I liked it a lot. I liked it significantly more than I expected. I think it's very hype, and I do hope there is a follow-up to it. Hopefully there is a sequel where we see more of Deck and more of Thea and more of Bud. I think it was very fun. So anyway, it was a good movie. That's about it. So yeah. Am I the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan in the world? Nope. But did I see the first film? Yes. Did I like it? No. But I could understand why others did. So I just saw the second film. Did I like it? Nope. But this time, I can't understand why others seem to like it. I know it's getting absolutely spanked when it comes to critic reviews and stuff, but most people, myself included, don't really give a fuck about critic reviews these days. But what I am seeing is a lot of glaze for the film from fans of the property, which I understand that there's a level of enthusiasm for an IP where you will swallow any shit that gets farted down your throat. I understand that. There is a level of fandom where it doesn't matter if it's objectively terrible. You are just happy it exists, and the fact that it is something that you can go put your peepers on for an hour and a half or whatever is good enough. Everything else doesn't matter. You can point at the screen going, I know that! And that's all you need. Oh, also, speaking on that, special shout out to my auditorium in particular. The entire row behind me was talking from start to finish about the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. I felt like I was listening to the fucking Fazbear Fan Club podcast behind me. The entire goddamn movie. Every time someone's name was mentioned, I heard them talking about their significance to the plot in the games. Anytime they recognized something on screen for all the fan service, they'd point it out. So even though I myself am kind of a fucking homunculus when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's lore, I promise you, every single Easter egg and fan service moment in here that was sprinkled in the film, I know about now. I know because they pointed it out loudly every single time. One of them even sang one of the songs that is apparently associated with the Easter egg that was presented here. So trust me, I got every single reference in this one. I got the big-time, full-blown Glup Shido experience here for sure. But even outside of that group, I am still seeing a lot of people saying, this is just for the fans, and the fans alone. And okay, fair enough, but I would say even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, this film is just still kind of weak. However, the cold hard truth of it is, it doesn't matter if the film is weak. The fact that it exists at all is satisfactory to tons of people already. Even if the film is mid or bad, this film does what I think most fans of the property want it to do. It shows them the things that they already loved from the IP, from the games, on the big screen. And they give you a lot to chew on that you'll recognize from the games. And that's enough for people to have a very positive experience with the film. And if you're in that camp, all power to you. I'm happy that you're happy with it. But as someone who is not the biggest fan of the games, I don't think this movie stands on its own two legs overly well. There are two things I think it does better than the first one, though. And it is something that they did highly talk up about, listening to feedback from the first one. I do think they did try to make it scarier. And I do think they made it feel much larger in scale because there's more animatronics and it feels like it spans more than just a location. Both of those things are good. Those are my main two positives I can give the film. I think the animatronics look great. I appreciate that there's more of a presence from them. I also think they did a great job with Marionette's design. That character is by far the eeriest part of the cast here in a film that's already devoid of scariness. Not that that's actually a negative I have for it. I don't go into Five Nights at Freddy's expecting to get fucking goosebumps, tingles, and covering my eyes in fear. This is Weenie Hut Jr. horror for toddlers. It is meant to be like a gateway horror franchise for kids, and in that aspect, it does excel. It is a juggernaut IP when it comes to kids' horror property. So it's not like I'm complaining that it didn't make me, a 31-year-old man, afraid. I just wanted to point out that as far as designs go, Marionette, I think, was the most successful, but also the biggest wasted potential, because most of the time you see Marionette, it's when she's possessing somebody else, and in that instance they just give like wacky eyes to the person with like Slender Man long arms and like little claws, fucking noodle hands, like salad fingers, and it's a much less cool and less original look. But anyway, like I said, another thing I liked is that it does feel much larger than the first one. I love the new Five Nights at Freddy's location. I think it's a very cool set. And I also think they knocked it out of the park when it came to William Afton's pieces. Even though there's only 2 sections, I'm pretty sure, with him in there, they are the highlights of the entire film. They are done really well. The opening sequence, the flashback to Marionette and Charlotte, we're going to be getting into spoilers, spoiler warning. That sequence where she's trying to save that child that William has kidnapped back there and then he is chasing her, I think they did an extremely good job with. The dream sequence with Vanessa confronting her father, William Afton, I also thought was extremely well done. I would have liked to see more of that, because those 2 scenes are the only scenes in the movie that bother with building tension or suspense. The rest of the film, even though, like I said, I understand this is meant as like horror for kids, the rest of the film is literally just jump scares with no attempt at building up to them. So it's just like random loud noise. Here's fucking Chica grabbing a guy through the glass door here, big loud explosion noise, breaking glass over here. And when you just have that as your main like scare moment, it just feels a little flat because there was no suspense building up to it at all. But like I said, I do think this one is scarier than the first one. It does seem like they tried to put more of an emphasis on this kind of thing happening, which I appreciate. Like, I do think it's going in a good direction there for the third one, I suppose. But now, like I said, one of the compliments I gave about, like, I love that it feels larger, love the new location. Well, I actually do have, like, a little hemorrhoid that I want to slap onto that butt there for a second, because I do like that, and they set up something that I thought was going to be very cool with, you know, Fazbear Fest, fucking Faz Fest, where, like, they're celebrating Freddy Fazbear and all of this shit, and they talk about it a lot. There's flyers, there's hype around the town, and then the movie is gradually building to a big final showdown. You are led to believe it's going to be at this festival, and it's going to be a fucking bloodbath. But it's not. The final battle just happens in one room of a house. So, like, why even bother setting up the Fazbear Festival? It played absolutely no role in the plot at all, and from what I've read online, the third film, the conclusion here to this trilogy, also doesn't take place at the Faz Festival, so what the fuck was even the point in putting this here in the first place? It did nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it would have been a great final showdown space for this, too. It just feels like a real missed opportunity, and maybe it's what they wanted to do initially but couldn't because of budget or something, perhaps. I don't know. But it just felt really lackluster watching the final battle happen in a room, whereas it could have easily have happened at the festival. In fact, while they were talking right before that final battle, the festival was mentioned. I was like, okay, we're about to fucking take this shit outside, aren't we? We don't. Anyway, though, I want to get more into the meat and potatoes of things. When I mentioned that flashback, the intro, I think that was like probably the strongest part of the film, but it also sets up the main villain's motivation, Charlotte. She is at the OG Five Nights at Freddy's, the genesis of this evil, and she sees that kid get kidnapped, and she tries to tell some of the parents there about it, and they all brush her off. And it's really weird. So, like, she goes up to this guy, and she's like, help, this child just got kidnapped. And he's like, go tell your parents! Get the fuck away from me! A kid getting kidnapped? That's impossible! You're out of your goddamn... Where are your parents? Go talk to them, don't talk to me. And so he, like, yells at her, and then she's like, oh, geez, okay. So she goes up to some other parents, some ladies are like, excuse me, grown-ups are talking. Scram, kidnapping? As if, kidnapping, never even heard of that. What does that even mean? You're making things up, you're crazy, get out of here, shoo. It's like, okay, really weird. That's extremely weird. And I get that we needed this as motivation for this character, so when she does die because of William Afton stabbing her, it's fuel for her rage, where she hates parents because she believes they are responsible for her death. And she's right to assume that, because if these parents had just listened to her warning them about the kidnapping she just witnessed taking place, she would probably still be alive, and William Afton may have been stopped in the very beginning. What I don't get, though, is in what universe would any parents react like that to hearing that a child just got kidnapped? That blew my mind. When that was happening in that scene, I was like, what the fuck? Why would they be looking at her like she just fell out of a spaceship or something for bringing up a very legitimate concern that she could have just witnessed? Why are we just ignoring that? And then she ends up getting murdered, which ends up getting covered up. Like, surely the parents would have connected dots like, oh, that girl I was telling us about the kidnapping, she's been murdered. Maybe something was fishy going on there. Nah. Surely it was her fault. Just no foul play. I don't know. I think the villain motivation here makes a lot of sense. You know, she died, and in her last moments, she only had one emotion left: rage at the parents that let this tragedy happen. But I feel like they knew what they wanted the motivation to be. It's a strong motivation, but they couldn't get like a real logical way of having that come across other than just having like these outrageously aggressive, combative parents that would somehow like ignore a kidnapping alarm. So that was just a little weird to me. Not the biggest complaint in the world, but just something I wanted to mention. But piggybacking off of this point, I have to make a mention of what actually is a big complaint of mine: how awful the script is. Holy cannoli. Now, I know far be it from me to sin by criticizing Five Nights at Freddy's writing here, being someone that has only played a handful of the games. I haven't done the extensive homework and research required to comprehend the universe. But this film, it unapologetically makes the assumption that everyone seeing it knows every single tidbit of lore before watching this. Which I actually don't fault it for at all. That's not a big negative to me. I would much rather a film cater to the built-in audience. It's the whole point in adapting something. I would much prefer if this was the standard than something like the Halo TV series where it abandons the fan base. I would much rather it appeal to the hardcore fans. So I appreciate that, even though I'm not in that target demographic. So there were things that I had questions about, like didn't fully understand because it seemingly comes out of nowhere. But I learned, thanks to the group chit-chatting behind me, and basically just reciting Wikipedia pages anytime something happened. They were kind of filling in the blanks on things that were confusing to me. I believe that a lot of like the randomness that gets thrown into this film, all cattywampus, actually makes sense if you played the games. Like it has lore significance to the games more so than it does for the movie. So even though it feels out of place and doesn't make sense in the context of the film, if you played the games, it helps you understand that. So I imagine people like me that haven't played a ton of the games and don't fully understand the world will be equally as confused by certain things that just happen to randomly spring up here. But that's not like the biggest deal in the world to me. I think that's okay, and you can excuse that because, again, it does seem like the main audience here is supposed to be Five Nights at Freddy's fans, laser focused on that. But outside of that, the dialogue between characters is trash. Like much worse than the first one. Like, I actually think they did a big step backwards when it comes to character writing in this film. Not only that, I also feel like they had no idea how to get from point A to point B in a way that makes sense. So, example, at the end of the movie, everything's going tits up, the animatronics have broken free, Charlotte's going out to try and kill the parents and stuff, they're trying to stop her. Well, at one point, Vanessa's car breaks down at the most important moment while they're trying to get to Mike's house. And it breaks down, seemingly like in the middle of nowhere. There's no other cars on the road or anything like that. And she's like, ah, damn! Throws the walkie-talkie. And then it just so happens Mike's friend drives by and he's like, hey, that doesn't look good. You need a ride? How incredibly convenient that he's just out and about at this time of night in the middle of nowhere to give her a ride to Mike's place without asking any questions about why or what's going on. Instead, all he says is, crazy eyes. And that kind of thing is present throughout the entire film with these crazy conveniences, and it feels like everyone in this world just has the ability to teleport. Like, they all have Goku's instant transmission. Every single one of them can go exactly where they need to be instantly. Like, there's no sense of, like, scale where it takes a while to go from, like, Freddy Fazbear's place to Mike's house. It feels like they're neighbors, really. Like, Abby can ride her bike there in what feels like a matter of, like, minutes, even though I imagine it would be miles. But she can get there in minutes, build an entire robot with the help of Chica, and get back in time to sleep, and then go to school for the science fair, all in one evening. And keep in mind, this new Freddy Fazbear's place is a place nobody even knew existed because it's been condemned and forsaken for decades. They drove that point home. but I guess it's just like right next to all of them. It's like, it's literally just a couple steps away. It's just weird, is what I'm saying. Like, everything about the script just feels really fucking weird. So yeah, Charlotte becomes the marionette, the puppet, and she wants to kill all parents. Her best friend was Vanessa, so now Vanessa is connected to this original event, and Vanessa knew all about this, even used a music box to like pacify her, keep her asleep at bay. But then her brother gets some spectral scoopers in there who free Charlotte, so now she can go on her rampage killing parents. No parents get killed. In fact, I think there's only one death outside of that spectral scoopers crew, and that's the piece of shit teacher who just gets his head popped like a watermelon. That's something I also want to mention that I think is a positive. It seems like they really did want to push the PG-13 rating. They did try and give you like some gruesome deaths. I appreciated that they tried to go pretty hard there. I think that was a nice surprise. So anyway, back to the narrative. It is now up to Mike and Vanessa to team up to try and stop this from happening, because now Abby gets mixed up in it since Charlotte can control the other animatronics. She lures Abby into a trap, believing that it's her friends coming back, that kind of thing. It's clearly not, and thus they have to save Abby and stop Charlotte. I think the dynamic between Mike and Vanessa here is fucking terrible. Mike is basically just like, I hate you, Vanessa. You didn't tell me about this. I can never trust you again, and I won't even hear you out on anything ever again. I refuse to believe in you ever. I spit on you. Stay away from us. Like, I understand feeling like a bit betrayed and being like a little hesitant to trust her because she kept such a big thing from him. But I would also argue that she went above and beyond and did more than he did to protect his sister. I feel like Mike had the least amount to do here. It was mainly Vanessa. Mike was basically just playing the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's game, which I actually thought was a series of decent scenes where he's like at the security booth and he's got to wear the mask. That was kind of cute. Like, I don't have any big complaints there, but it truly felt like it was Vanessa's story and Mike was taking a backseat in it now, and yet he still has the gall to be like, fuck you, Vanessa. And then the film ends on like a cliffhanger, setting up for number 3. And I think that is why I'm so surprised so many people are like still really glazing this, because this film really feels like it is solely here to set up for the finale. So little actually gets solved or anything in that regard in this film. It is all just putting the pieces on the board for the finale. So it doesn't feel like it ever even reaches any kind of like third act or a climax or anything. It just goes until it abruptly stops, until it stops going, getting you ready for the third movie. And that's why I'm saying I just feel like it's kind of weak. Even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, you are basically just watching the setup for the third one. Now, if you watch all 3 of these when the third one eventually comes out, I'm sure this one won't feel as lackluster, since you immediately can flow right into the third one if you so choose. But now, having to wait till the next one, you're left with just an experience that is just setup without anything else. I could keep yapping about the movie, but I don't think there's any value in doing that. I think that's probably pretty worthless, because if you already liked the first film or you just like the property, I have no doubt you're going to like this one. I think it does exactly what fans of Five Nights at Freddy's want, which is just provide them with the things they know from the game on the big screen. So it boils down to, do you like Five Nights at Freddy's? If you check yes on that box, you'll probably like the movie, because it is just showing you all the things you already liked from the property in the games. And if you like the first movie, you'll probably like this one even more, because like I said, it does 2 things better than the first film, which is it does make it feel larger and does make it feel like it's trying harder to be scary or disturbing. So, yeah, if you're already a fan of the franchise, I have no doubt you're probably really happy with this film. As someone who does not really like Five Nights at Freddy's, I do not like green eggs and ham, didn't find a whole lot to love about this one, sorry to say. But maybe the third one. Maybe the third one's where they finally win me over. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I just saw a really interesting scam that I gotta yap about, because it reminded me of an experience I had when I first moved into my apartment out in the God's country on my own, finally leaving the nest of my parents. And boy howdy, let me tell you, I had a wacky experience with a scam that could have resulted in me missing a kidney, a nipple, and all $40 in my wallet. And the video I just watched from Inside Edition talks about a modern scam that feels like a new iteration of what I went through.
It's a blackmail caper stranger than fiction.
This couple says they returned home to find their beloved dog missing from their backyard.
We were so scared. We didn't know what had happened to him.
Then came a phone call. Their 11-year-old beagle mix named Archer had been found. They say they were sent this photo showing the poor pooch with a terrible wound.
So some fucking scoundrels went and they actually did steal this couple's dog. So they kidnapped the dog and then called them to tell them that the dog had actually been found, but unfortunately it had gotten in an accident and it was going to need surgery. And then sending proof, they AI generated this image of their dog on an operating table at a vet. Now, why this kind of relates to what happened to me out of college in my apartment is because one day, randomly, I had received a phone call from a stranger, the fucking cold call out of nowhere from the boogeyman, and they started spinning a tall tale about how my mother was driving and ran over this guy's brother at the gas station, just fucking mowed him down like it was GTA, and it was now my responsibility to get over there and clear this all up. I don't even remember what they were demanding. I think it was like I bring money or something in order to squash it, and it was just an extremely tense situation, and I would ask for proof, and they're like, nope, your mother can't talk right now. I've got her, you know, she's too panicked, and I've got her, like, calm down, and I don't want to, like, you know, get her all excited again or something, like she's some kind of fucking zoo animal or something. But, like, at the time, I was just like, okay, man, I guess mom done made a big old boo-boo here. Come on, what were you thinking, mom? Jeez, Jiminy Christmas, this is ridiculous. And at the time, it didn't really occur to me to start, like, interrogating, so I didn't ask, like, the best questions, but I was like, all right, if I can't talk to her, let me just go ahead and give her a call myself real quick just to, you know, see what's going on. And he's like, no, if you hang up this phone, I'm taking your mom, or something like that. Or maybe he was like, then the police will have to get involved and they'll beat you here. So I don't even remember now. It's been so many years. But basically, it was about, like, I need to go there and pay because my mom did this. And it was all just a big fucking lie over the phone. Eventually, I was like, you know what? This sounds fishy. Slowly but surely, I started breaking out of the genjutsu. This was a long conversation, mind you, of them trying to, like, really fucking use as much elbow grease as possible and, you know, get me out the door over there with some money for him or whatever it was. But eventually I was just like, all right, man, look, Squirt, this isn't adding up. I don't know why I can't talk to my mom about this if she's right there and you're, like, making this threat. It feels very off. Eventually I wisened up and finally started reaching the conclusion that this is likely phony baloney, but even in the slim chance that it wasn't, I kind of liked my mom's odds in this case here. If things did start to get rowdy, she carries, and I bet on her in this situation. So eventually I just hung up, gave her a ring. Obviously it turns out none of it was legitimate at all. It was just completely made up. It was a scam. But I really was considering going over there. In fact, I had even got my wallet and my keys, and I was like, all right, I'll just start making a trip over there because they gave me, like, an address to the gas station. The point is, this kind of thing is obviously alarming, and it kind of throws a lot of things out of whack in the old noodle up here. It makes steel trap all cattywampus. So this couple, when they got this call as well as this picture of their dog, they didn't, like, immediately recognize it as a scam, which I totally relate to. If I had received an AI-generated photo of my mom behind the wheel going like a Mr. Beast thumbnail from those scammers, I wouldn't have thought twice. I would have been out the door on my way over, steaming like, oh.
Being prepped for surgery. Bill and Allison Cousins say the caller identified himself as a vet and said Archer had been run down by a car.
He was going to have surgery because he had a broken femur and a dislocated shoulder. And we were like, yes, whatever needs to be done.
Archer's panicked owners were told the surgery would cost $2,746. They were willing to pay up, but then they realized some things just didn't add up. First, they received a text instructing them to pay with Walmart or CVS gift cards.
As any reputable vet would request. We don't accept money or credit or anything like that. only these extremely specific means through this text message here. Please click this link. And that's kind of how it happened for me, too. Like, eventually it's like, no, you gotta come over here. No, you can't talk to her. No, you can't hang up this phone, as if it was like, fucking Keanu Reeves in Speed or something. Like, eventually it started to dawn on me, same as it did for them. Like, it's easy to look at this and be like, how did they not immediately recognize that as AI or, like, all just a bunch of fucking hullabaloo? But when you get, like, a call like this, it's alarming, it's jarring, and especially now with AI, it is enough to, like, fool you, at least temporarily. And they did actually have their dog stolen. In my case, they didn't, fucking hog tie my mom or anything like that. Like, they were just straight up lying, but in their case, they actually did take their dog. So they had even more reason to believe that, okay, maybe there's an air of legitimacy to all of this, until, of course, they got that text message about how wacky the payment protocol was for this supposed vet. Then they started to really look at that photo they got sent of Archer on the table.
Then they were sent another photo of Archer post-surgery, this time with fancy bandages.
I'm like, this is exactly the same as the first picture, just the two doctors had moved.
And look at the date on the x-rays.
It says 12/21/2022.
Wow.
Holy shit, it's more serious than we thought. Arthur ran so fast that he traveled back in time 4 years. Must have been hit by the DeLorean or something. Oh my goodness heavens to Betsy. So yeah, when you really look at it, it falls apart. But the thing with the AI and scams, like we talked about with the AI voicemail scams, where AI scammers, not voicemail, but AI voice scammers, where they will emulate a loved one in order to try and like weasel money out of a relative. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be good enough. And since they're preying on people that are in a vulnerable state already, like them missing their dog and trying to exploit that, it's even more effective there because they're just really wanting their dog to be okay and safe, and they're willing to pay to ensure he gets proper care. So they're more willing to believe that.
Almost 4 years ago.
Correct.
Turns out the photos were entirely AI generated. The AI scam failed, but the heartbroken owners were still missing their dog, Archer. Then, 4 days later, Archer suddenly showed up at their front door in Deltona, Florida. Here he is. Hey, Archer.
Here's our Archer.
I actually couldn't believe this shit right here. So the fucking scumbags that stole their dog from their property ended up returning the dog after they failed to get money out of this. That was a bigger subversion of my expectations than everything that happened with Game of Thrones at the end. I am shocked. Like, it doesn't redeem the scammers and dog nappers here, but I am happy at least that, their heart grew 3 sizes there, like the Grinch, and they did decide to return the dog when they realized that this didn't work. Because I imagine in most cases with these fucking vile worms, they do not care about the dog or anything or the family, so they'll, maybe kill the dog, have it put down, or, throw it in a shelter or just release it into the wild on the side of the road or something like that. So I was really surprised to see that they actually did just bring the dog back.
Without being able to make a buck, the dog napper apparently decided to return Archer.
Archer, hey buddy. How do you try to take advantage of people when they're at their most vulnerable? Like, that's disgusting.
Archer's owners think he was confined because he's walking like he's sore. The sheriff's department is investigating.
My guess is this isn't an isolated incident. I imagine that this is a group that goes out and actively searches for animals that they can steal and then try and ransom to these families and mislead them by saying oh, we found your dog and now we need this money in order to take care of their injuries, that kind of thing, just exploiting the vulnerability. And like she mentioned, it is very twisted. It is disgusting stuff, but that's what scammers prey on. That's what they look for. And now in the age of AI, they can more effectively manipulate their victims and more effectively convince them of basically anything they want. So, anyway, I saw this earlier today, And while it is like wacky, like the AI image they sent of the, the dog in surgery and then it, got all patched up there, and it's very clearly just AI generated fucking hoopla. It is scary though, because they did steal that dog and they were looking for thousands of dollars from this family, trying to lead them to believe that it was going to a vet that cared for their beloved animal. Now, luckily it does have a happy ending. They got the dog back, but I imagine in most cases like this, family probably doesn't. So hopefully they do catch these assholes responsible. Anyway, just wanted to put this on your radar and yap about it. That's really about it. So yep. Say whatever you want about court, but don't you dare besmirch the good name of Zoom Court. It's an entirely different beast. The gift that keeps on giving. Zoom Court has given us golden nuggets of content. It is the perfect combination, like peanut butter to jelly. Zoom and Court. What a wonderful thing. Giving us access to incredible moments like this.
You cannot be driving, ma'am. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm not driving. I'm a passenger in a car.
You're still not. I'm not hearing cases with people driving or as passengers in cars.
Okay, I will pull over right now.
Short of us coming out to everybody's house and doing these on boats and stuff in the summer, I don't know.
I'm going to be honest with you. I replayed that statement from the judge close to 10 times. I don't have a fucking clue what he said. Door to butts coming out and doing these on boats and stuff, maybe? But I've never heard that expression, door to butts. So it's probably not that. I don't know. There's something about that sentence that is not computing in my brain. Anyway, I'll lore dump so that way you can understand what the case was about. So this woman was in a bit of a messy situation here, some hot water, and an attorney named Brian Groen was seeking a default judgment here for a total of $1,921, and Carol was not on the call initially. Later on, though, a mysterious iPhone joined the call. Who is this 4chan hopping in? And it was later determined that this was the woman they were looking for. She was just late. The judge then instructed her to turn on the camera to ensure she has her name listed on the account. Her defense for the tardiness was that she was sitting in a room and didn't realize that she wasn't in the right spot and apologized for it. Now, even though they had already got the farty sharded without her, her presence there did postpone that default judgment, and she was given the chance to, turn on her camera and participate here despite being tardy. Now, that's where the clip starts. She turns on the camera and it's pretty clear she's driving a car. And the judge calls it out saying, like, come on. This is a little absurd. Why are you driving in the middle of this right here? And that's when she cooks up the Galaxy Brain scheme here. She starts playing a little bit of chess while everyone else is playing checkers. She says that she's not driving, she's a passenger in that vehicle. And then she really plants her feet. She buckles down in lat spreads and she starts trying to complete all the quick time events here to wiggle her way out of this one.
I'm sorry, I have an emergency. I'm going out of town for a family member, but I will have my driver pull over. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to be in a car, but hang on 1 second.
Am I crazy, or does it not look like you're driving that car?
I'm not driving the car. I'm a passenger in the car, sir.
Now it's time for a little LA Noire style investigation from the judge here. I think it's pretty obvious she's driving, but she's about to do everything in her power to squeak out the W here and convince everyone that she's just a passenger in the vehicle.
What side of the car are you on?
I'm on the left-hand side.
How would you be on the left-hand side if you're a passenger in the front seat? Am I missing something?
Right-hand side. I'm sorry, I've been sitting in a room. I didn't know.
Yeah, the seatbelt's coming off of the driver's side. Right? Now you're lying to me, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Great questions from the judge here. I also think her head movements are pretty clear. That's a dead giveaway. She literally looks around as she's making this turn, but the judge makes very good calls here. How could you be on the left-hand side if you're in the passenger seat up in front? And she's like, no, I meant, that's not what I meant, And he's like, but the seatbelt's coming out of the driver's side, which she had no rebuttal for. She just lets that one kind of dissipate. She just hopes that they forget about that one, like a video game NPC. Must have been the wind. Just de-aggro there and not follow up on the seatbelt question, which was a great observation because that seatbelt is indeed coming out of the driver's side. If she was a passenger, it would have been on the other side there.
Show me the driver. Let me see the driver. Let me see the driver.
Hang on 1 second.
Now.
I have to ask their permission.
Now.
Oh my God.
That look she gives when he requests to see the driver is fucking perfect. That is cartoonish. That look right there is some shit out of like a Whitest Kids You Know sketch. Like, I cannot believe how incredible her response to that question was. But she did come up with something, though. Like, she didn't just fold there. She's like, no, I can't just show you the driver. I don't want to violate his privacy. I need to ask for the driver's permission first. Hold your horses. Calm down. Let me ask the driver real quick. And then she gets out of the vehicle. Where is the driver? Where is he? Is he like riding on the hood of the car or something? So now she needs to go track him down? Like, why did she get out of the car in order to try and ask the driver permission to show him to the judge?
Oh, you're not in the you weren't in the driver's side. You think I'm that stupid? I'm going to go ahead and enter a default judgment. Our paperwork says that we can't have, that they can't drive. Does it not, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I took a breath in and started choking. Well, I missed what
Does
you
our
said.
paperwork not tell people that they can't be in a car?
I don't know, Your Honor. I'd have to look at it again. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Looking at it does not say that I cannot be in a car.
I love that she walks around the vehicle. She puts it to her ear so you can't see it super well, but you can watch her walk behind the car, like start to walk behind the car, and then she goes into the passenger side in order to continue the conversation. Genius! She's really cooking here.
I'm entering a default judgment. You lied to me. Judgment 1921-85. Send me your counsel and put in there defendant was not available at the time and then was driving a car and telling the court she was not. I'm entering a default judgment. Have a great day. Thank you.
Now, according to this article, she has released a statement of her own about everything that unfolded here, and she's no longer trying to stick with the ruse of being a passenger in the vehicle. I want to be clear that I take responsibility for my mistake. Appearing on a Zoom court hearing while I was driving was poor judgment, and I regret that decision. I panicked in the moment and made the wrong call instead of pulling over or asking to reschedule. For that, I am truly sorry. At the same time, I believe what has happened since then has gone far beyond addressing a mistake. A brief moment of poor judgment has turned into a viral spectacle that's affecting my reputation, my family, and my ability to move forward with my life. I respect the court and the rule of law, but I also believe in fairness and proportionality. The question I'm left asking is whether this situation needed to become a public example at the expense of someone's livelihood and dignity. I am human, I made a mistake, I own that mistake, and I am willing to accept the consequences, but I hope people will consider whether the response has been about accountability or about turning a moment into something far bigger than it needed to be. Now, her statement makes it sound like she's lost her job or something as a result of this, which I can't find any information on, but hopefully that's not the case. She's talking about it as though it's being reported for the sake of, like, accountability or, like, you know, some kind of big witch hunt as though it's something very serious. It's not, and I don't really see that response from everything that's been, you know, shared and reported about it. It's really being portrayed as like a lighthearted, silly thing. Like, what she was facing in court isn't, you know, the most heinous of crimes or anything, where she's some kind of crazy fucking supervillain, you know, mustache twirling evil. And what she did is very goofy, but it's also pretty harmless. She got her hand in the cookie jar and got caught, and she tried to wiggle her way out of it, and it didn't work. Really, the biggest thing was driving while doing this Zoom court, like potentially distracted driving. But she did a lot better than fucking Twitch streamers and Kick streamers when it comes to having a stream while driving. She didn't really look at her phone at all until she had fully pulled over and then got out. So she did a lot better in that regard than a lot of like streamers do. So I don't think it's all that serious, and I haven't seen people responding aggressively to it or anything, nor have I really seen it being reported as something serious. More so just something like wacky. From everything I've seen, it's all been pretty lighthearted. Like, of course, it's the internet, so I'm sure there's some degenerate assholes going ballistic with it, and maybe that's what she's seeing, but it definitely doesn't warrant that. I agree with her. That does not make sense for what unfolded here. And also agree that, yeah, people make mistakes sometimes, and some of them are silly. And like this one, for instance, it was definitely something that had me giggling, so I wanted to yap about, but at the end of the day, it's not that serious. It was just some lighthearted goofs around here, so ultimately, I'm wishing her the best. I hope this isn't, something super detrimental to her or anything like that, and hopefully it is something that she could look back on herself and laugh at, like, yeah, that was a wacky one. It happens. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya.